the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming up this evening in Edmonton. The Oilers and Florida Panthers squaring off for the second straight year. Oilers trying to become the first Canadian team since 1993 to win it all. That was Montreal way back then. Coverage gets going over on 910 ESPN Portland at 4:30. Puck drop at 5 p.m. on TNT. In the association, big news according to ESPN's Sham Sharani of the Phoenix Suns hiring Cavaliers top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. He started as a video coordinator for the Hawks before stops with the Nets and Lakers. And in baseball, the Seattle Mariners hoping it goes a bit better tonight, hosting the Baltimore Orioles up at T-Mobile Park. It's game 2 of a 3-game set. You got Emerson Hancock v. Cade Pavich on the bump. First pitch for that one set for 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. The Mariners, after last night's loss, now a half a game behind the Astros for first place in the AL West. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
You're just gonna be quiet.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
I got chair problems.
I see that.
Let me ask you an honest question. Does anyone actually know how to work an office chair? Or do you just monkey with it long enough to where you don't get it where you want it? It's just good enough, and then you're like, I'm just going to stop.
It's the latter.
Yeah, this chair, for whatever reason, it's pitching me forward. You know, it's like a reverse recline. Like it's an old person's chair that's trying to throw you forward. And I don't know how to get it to not do that. So I'm just playing with things at the bottom until I figure it out. And it's very distracting right now.
Yeah.
So,
You look like you're wrestling a bear over there.
and I can get it to where it stops, but then when I get it to stop, then it reclines me all the way back like I'm taking a nap. I need somewhere
listen,
in the middle here.
for those of you who think we have it easy,
I don't know.
I give you this. Exhibit
Well,
C.
this is the best this is the
the
exhibit
court.
C.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is where I'm at.
It's hard.
now.
It's hard. You have to be comfortable, and if you can't get comfortable in your chair, this is a problem.
I'm either reclined 45 degrees or I'm
problem.
pitched forward 45 degrees. I don't know.
I don't know how you're going to do the show.
And look, a lot of core strength at this
Are
point.
you going to call an engineer in here? Oh, wait, we don't have
I'm
one.
gonna have to activate my glutes, Tiger Woods style, and just force myself up.
Although I think Cooley's engineer interview is going on
Is
right
that
now.
who the?
I don't know. Somebody walked in a suit,
Yeah,
and I know it's not an on-air guy.
yeah. I didn't know what was happening.
We
there
need an
either.
engineer.
Yeah,
But we also lost a salesperson yesterday, too. So
no. And that was
Cooley's
just
got a lot of hiring to
and
do.
that was kind of a fun, just like middle of the day. By the way, I'm wrapping it up,
Oh,
and I'm out.
Yeah, she don't give an F.
No,
She's out of here.
No.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of things going on, a lot of what have yous right now, and we're burying the lead.
We are. Ladies and
Schultzy has
gentlemen.
become headband guy, and
Jordan Schultz, everybody.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz.
What's up, guys?
Find it interesting, by the way, that a day after I call out Buck for basically trying to sabotage the program and be the fan man's new henchman, Buckley's not on the program. Just find that a little weird.
Well, we should point out the vultures are really circling around here over Dusty's dead chair.
Yeah.
And today was Buckley. We had Patrick Harrison here a couple days ago. Luke filled in one day. Am I missing?
Nemec was in here.
Nemec last week.
And Nemec was.
And Schultzy gets a crack on Friday.
Yeah, there's a lot. Look at Schultzy right there. He's pulling an Eminem right now. This is his one shot. And look, he's wearing a headband now. And I think he goes home at night and psychs himself up.
These guys might all kill each other.
It's possible.
And then no one will get the gig.
No. I will say, and Schultzy, I love you, but if someone is going to lose it over this and stab someone, it's probably going to be you.
My wife may or may not have said the same thing.
See?
No.
I think
No.
Schultzy at
She's-
some point is going to corner Dusty and do the, look, you can give it to whoever you want. I'm just saying, or else.
No,
and then I think it's just going to be left at that.
Oh, Ortner's going to get a crack too, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
Ortner.
I don't know if he's already got his shot yet.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, no one else is wearing a full headband and not like a Bill Walton
Yeah, let's talk
headband,
about that. What
like
are you doing
a
over
Nadal sort of thing.
there? What's that?
I mean, I just like how it looks, and my face is kind of fat, and it just works. Like
It's
it's
hot.
It's just
hot.
my hair. It fits everything. So
Is this part of the rebrand?
I already did the rebrand like 2 years ago. Like on this program, I became Schultzy. But like, what was it? Maybe 2 or 3 months ago when they did the Bill Walton tribute at Moda, they handed out those 32 tie-dye headbands.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I've just been on a hell of a headband kick.
You're the new Bill Walton.
Not necessarily. I was thinking more like Bryce Harper or, MLB.
You're
like
the new
white,
Bryce Harper?
No, like
Don't
white
flatter
players
yourself.
that can like pull off a headband.
I
while
love
having a
bridges.
headband. So.
Well, I think the jury is out whether or not you can pull that off, Schultzy, but I love the effort.
So people say no. So you're saying
The people do. I'd say I'm listen. I'm not gonna make a judgment yet because it's new and I'm jarred by it.
Yeah.
I understand.
And it's just not normal work fare. You know, it's like it's throwing me off because it's like wow, because as a headband, you'd see somebody at the gym
At
with
the
the headband
gym
or
or
running outside.
Maybe a hike.
Not necessarily in the workplace. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but I'll get back to you on it.
I love it because it fits. Because I've never seen Schultzy at any point is ready to take BP. He's always wearing some sort of Mariner warm-up thing.
And he's got the chains.
Yeah. So the fact that the headband,
Do you have cleats on?
No, I wish, but no.
He's the Ichiro of the fan. At any given time, he's ready to go. I'm all about it. Look, I too find it jarring, and I'm still not used to seeing it, but I'm not going to lie. I love the confidence because I've talked about this. I want to be like hat guy. I want to wear like hats other than baseball caps. I can't do it. Every time I put one on, I'm like, no. And so the fact that Schultzy has the balls, the intestinal fortitude, if you will, to put on a headband and be like, no, I'm just wearing this headband.
He's working through it. It's good.
I'm
good.
a little envious.
I mean, I appreciate you guys. I'm ultimate sports dude. Like I'm just sports bro fan, and I work at a sports radio station. So what better way to lean into it than to dress like I wish I were an athlete?
Schultzy is very sportsy.
Not even close to actually being an athlete, but I can dream, right?
Well, I mean, everyone can be an athlete. Schultzy.
Yeah, I think the dream is over.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm
You know.
36.
Well, I mean,
that
come
died
on,
a
he's
long
36
time
years
ago.
old. What do you think he's gonna do?
Buckley's doing that Clydesdale try sprint thing,
Oh, that's true.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
we all can find something.
I mean, if I could do like a 3-on-3 league, sure, but maybe a beer league softball
Let's get
team.
you into Mariners fantasy camp.
Yeah,
That's
there you
about
go.
it.
Hey, my buddy plays fantasy baseball.
looks so
Oh, it's
bad.
great.
And he loves it. He goes and like because he's a big Mets guy, so like he's my live Mets game text. We text back and forth during the games, which is always fun to have a guy that you can hate on your team simultaneously, like in real time. But he does a lot of now, like he'll go and do other camps as well, and he's got an ultimate troll job going. He's gonna go play a game at Fenway Park. He's got another friend of his that always does Red Sox fantasy camp. So I think it was like a grand. And in September, he gets to go out and he gets to play a 9-inning game at Fenway. You get a tour of the place. You get to go behind the wall. You get to be in the clubhouse, all that. And you get the full uniform and everything. And for his name and number, I think the name, if I'm not mistaken, was like, I think he went champion on the back and then he put 86 on the back of his Red Sox jersey.
Troll.
He's going full troll job, and I love it.
Wow.
Yeah, he goes and plays he does
So
all
it's
the
Red Sox fantasy
It's
camp?
Red.
He's a Mets fan?
Yeah, he's a diehard Mets guy, and it's a Red Sox fantasy camp game. Like it's not a camp. It's just it's one game. It's like and it's against I think it's against like Red Sox alums. And he got in because his buddy goes to Red Sox camp, and so they invited him. And I guess his buddy had like a +1, so he gets to play against old Red Sox players at Fenway Park, and he's going to troll him with an 86 Mets championship jersey, which is just fantastic. It's a great troll job. That may be the best $1,000 he ever spent.
I hope they kick him out and don't refund his money.
Plus, playing a game at Fenway, like that's pretty badass. So Schultzy, you just got to get into stuff like that and then just be headband guy.
Did you
Be
see
that guy that takes it way too seriously.
They played a day game today at Fenway?
Yeah.
And the guy who walked it off hit a 308-foot home run.
3-0, and that's his like third home run, I think, in 3 games.
Yeah.
The cracker box. That is
308.
Love
Yeah.
it.
He went oppo down the right field line around Pesky's pole.
Yeah.
That's actually, I've sat right behind Pesky's pole. The seat isn't even pointed toward home plate. So
You're
it's-
right. It's pointed, what, towards the outfield?
Yeah, like basically you're looking at the green monster. It's pretty odd.
Yeah,
You have to,
it's weird.
yeah, you have to kink your head the whole time.
Fenway's great,
It's
but a 308-foot home run, that is a home run in exactly one ballpark.
I don't know. Yankee Stadium's kind
Yeah.
of a joke.
Yankees.
No, they said it is a home run in exactly
This
one
particular home
ballpark.
run.
And it's a low fence too.
Yeah.
Out there.
Yeah.
At least if you have a short porch, sometimes they have a high wall. Yeah. Not in Fenway, but
So that guy should just go for 308-foot home runs.
yeah, just gonna play into it. It's the best stadium.
Well, I
Like
could.
if you had to watch a game, and because there's only 2 great old stadiums anymore, and that's Wrigley and Fenway. And
I thought Fenway was better than Wrigley.
I agree.
Well,
Wrigley's cool, but there's just something about and
Fenway's
they're both,
unbelievable.
they're both neighborhoods, and so you walk into them. But the dimensions of Fenway and all the little quirks. When I went there, I sat in center field right as the little weird rhombus where the wall meets. Like in
where they
center
have
field.
that little like center field batter's eye like
Yeah,
blanket.
it's a weird. It's like a jog of a river. It's just it's a strange. I sat right there and was able to put my feet up on the wall. Dude, Fenway is incredible.
The other thing that I hope happens to your buddy if they don't kick him out and
Yeah.
not refund his money is I hope that a ball goes right through his legs.
And that would be and
That would be
and it costs
great.
his team the game.
Yes.
What if he does it on purpose though? Just to throw the game, to piss off all the Red Sox faithful. Because I'm assuming everyone in there is going to be a diehard Red Sox fan, but him. He's a diehard Mets guy.
Well, you never know.
Wearing an 86. When he told me he was going 86, I'm like, man, that is troll level like 1,000, and I love it.
Is Bill Buckner dead?
No.
No,
no.
I thought he just passed
Actually, I
away.
think he did.
Like,
I
less
think
than a
he
year
recently
ago.
passed away.
Yeah, he died. Yeah. I was gonna say, what if he's on the other team? Because you said they're playing against old.
Yeah, I think it's playing.
Red
I
Sox?
think it's like a Red Sox alumni thing.
Actually, I sat at it was literally a 90+ minute rain delay at Fenway Park one night. It was really cool. My wife and I sat and drank beer in the concourse, and since it's all set up in a neighborhood, you could still go to a bar or two. It was fun.
By the way, Bill Buckner, super dead.
What year?
2019.
Oh,
Wow. He
Just
died
died.
before COVID?
Yeah, dude, I would have sworn that was like a COVID or shortly after COVID death, but no, he
there was a famous baseball player
Super
from a
dead.
moment that we all think of that just passed away then. That had to have happened.
What?
No, I'm Suk just said he thought Bill Buckner died a year ago. I agree. I think there was a big old name that we kind of think of every few years that passed away recently. I just don't remember who it is.
Oh, in baseball?
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. I mean, there's so many old ball players. I just remember, I remember us briefly mentioning the Buckner thing, and then I was like, well, it always seemed, the older I get, it feels like things are closer. When I was young, it was the other way around, but now that we're old, I always feel like stuff happened recently, and then when you actually look at it, you're like, oh my God, that was, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, and you're like, oh, well, it's everything in my mind is recent. And
little radio history for you.
Yeah.
The fan staff led by our new fearless leader Ryan Cooley. Well, I say the fan staff. The Odyssey Portland staff.
Yeah.
Some of the salespeople and Johnny,
Mm-hmm.
put him in a body bag. Johnny was out there, and they were all looking at. You saw when you walked in.
Yeah,
They were all looking at the old photos of KWJJ, which eventually turned into the Fan.
Yes.
And those photos, they're all old radio photos. Hey, and broadcasting radio. Hey, Paul Harvey's on there, and it looks as if they're from the 50s.
Yeah. Well, I saw you guys, and that
Yeah.
certainly looks like that's
Yeah,
a 50s
doesn't
or
it?
60s sort of photo.
That station didn't launch until 1968.
Oh.
Those photos are from the 70s.
So potentially you and I were both alive. And
In
those
Yeah,
ones
they
that were
said
way older.
one year was 1975, and that's the year I was born.
Yeah. Did you feel a little old there?
Well, it was so weird. They just looked so old timey, the photos. But now, I bet, like you're saying, like
Well, that gets
they
me
kind of are now.
when I see.
I think, okay, so hold on. I was born in 1975.
Yeah.
I think of 1975 as like 25 or 30 years ago. It indeed was not.
No.
You know?
And that's
50 years ago.
Yeah, that was my point.
So that's what I'm saying. So these photos, so in my head, and I'm sure everybody does this based on when they were born.
Sure.
In my head, that was the 50s.
Yeah.
That all tracks.
Yeah.
No, that was 1975.
Yep. I do it now when I see old like sports footage of games that I remember watching, and I'm like, oh, I remember this like it's yesterday. And then you watch them and you're like, oh my God, that looks like it's 1952. Like there's no HD cameras. There's just like the set. It just looks terrible. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm a million years old. Because in my mind, I'm like, that World Series just happened the other. No, that World Series was 40 years ago.
By the way, Pete Rose.
Yeah, that happened.
That's probably who.
Perhaps that's what we're thinking.
Oh,
of.
there was like Octavio Dotel that passed away too, but that's not nearly as big. But I think Pete Rose is probably the big one.
Well, and also was the great Sam Tung over there with you? Our new.
He was not.
So if you don't know, the new Ryan Cooley is now the Tunger, Sam Tung. He's now our new Ryan Cooley.
Yeah, like what, GSM or something?
Yeah, he's the new,
that stands for General Sales Manager.
Yeah, because our general sales manager is now our fearless leader. Yeah. And now we have a new sales
And every
guy.
time somebody gets promoted, they just eliminate the prior job.
Yeah, he just goes away. And you're
It's
like,
the most radio thing I've ever heard.
For sure.
Absolutely.
So now we really only have one executive, and it's Ryan Cooley.
Did you know Dusty has an office though now?
Yeah.
That son of a bitch got an office.
There's nobody else to take it.
I just can't believe of all the people, Dusty's the one that ended up with an office.
Yeah, that's our old studio. Remember when they shoved us in there?
But Sam Tung has the best weird connection to this show that I've ever heard in my entire life. So I was I was eating my lunch a little bit ago, sitting there like in our little break room, whatever. And the Tunger comes over, starts chatting with me. And he says, he goes, hey, I thought I heard you say something the other day. He goes, the BTJ. And I was like, yeah. He goes, is she from Nagoya?
No way.
And I said, yeah. I said, she's from Nagoya. Because remember, that was when Sabrina Ionescu was coming back and they were playing the Nagoya women's team.
Right.
And he goes, dude, this is the weirdest thing. He goes, my mom, I was talking to my mom. So Sam Tung's mother has lived in the following three places in her life: Anchorage, Alaska, home of me; Salina, Kansas, home of you; and the coup de grace, she lived in Nagoya as well.
Come on.
Yes.
Come on.
He said he was sitting around with his mom, and his mom goes, because she listens to the show and is aware, and she goes, hey, just so you know,
she lived in
my hometown, your hometown, and just to be
Dude.
and I was like, okay, Anchorage and Salina are weird enough. Like who else?
What are the odds?
What are the odds of Anchorage and Salina? Because it's one thing if it's like Eugene and Seattle, but from Anchorage to Salina, and then by the way, for good measure, let's throw in Nagoya, Japan. Yeah.
Incredible.
Mrs. Tung.
Mrs. Tung
has done all three.
Shout out to MT.
And I thought that was the strangest primetime connection I've ever heard in my entire life.
That really is.
Yeah.
Small world.
It's not a small world. That's a big ass world. Think about the distance in those three cities. And yes, she lived in every one.
Now that we're down this path.
Yeah.
And we're covering a lot here. Opening
we are
Seggy.
covering a lot.
Can I give you one of those that I had just yesterday?
Please do.
So, Mom and Pa Roper here.
Love Mom and Pa Roper.
So we got our first cardiology appointment with Pops.
Now that they're here, we got to run through a battery of tests to make sure that they stay here.
He's got, he's had some, he's been diagnosed with something called amyloidosis, okay? And it's a very rare genetic condition.
I just know you don't want doisis at the end of any sort of...
That's like a house. Yeah. Like I heard that exact term from the show House. That's crazy.
And it can affect your heart.
Yeah.
Your heart.
That's no
Actually a lot of body parts, but, his ticker.
Yeah.
And so so we get up to the cardiologist guy at OHSU.
Yeah.
And he comes into the room. Very nice guy. Dr. Masri, give him a little shout out.
What's up, bud?
He was great. He is one of 4 doctors on the West Coast doing research on amyloidosis. I
not
think I'm
many.
pronouncing that right.
Okay.
It's a newer thing. And he said that a lot of people, he said that of all the people in the United States, only about 25,000 are being treated for amyloidosis.
So that is beyond rare. 330 plus million, and you got a handful.
So what are these odds?
Yeah.
That one of the 25,000 being treated for amyloidosis is my father.
Yeah.
We go in and see this cardiologist who is one of the 4 researchers on the West Coast for amyloidosis, and guess what? He's my neighbor.
I love you. Like, hey!
I was like, hey!
I wonder if he was like, oh my God. Because now you can just pop in and be like, hey, doc.
Oh, they don't like they don't like it when you know where they live.
No, that's not a good thing.
But he looked at me, he was really nice, and he looked at me, he goes, I thought I recognized you. I said, hey, do you live in Southwest Portland? He goes, I thought I recognized you. And then he made fun of me for getting up so early and walking my dog.
Yeah.
He was like, who does that? I'm like, well, I do that.
Let's also talk about how good it is to be Isaac Robb when he's living in cardiologist neighborhoods.
Dude, yeah, Southwest Portland.
Yeah.
Look at
That's right.
Look at Rob. That's
right.
That's a low key flex right there, and I like it.
Hey, he's my neighbor.
Gated community ROP there?
What?
Gated community ROP?
Oh,
there?
no.
There's no cardiologists in my neighborhood. We got cardiologist patients.
It's just amazing.
That is a weird. I love little coinedences like that.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready? You guys ready to party?
Yeah, let's get our headbands
Thank
on.
you. There's your first segment. We've got our headbands on. Schultzy is in for Buckley today. Who do you think's winning the battle right now? Do we got a leader in the clubhouse for Dusty's?
Boy, I'm not touching a thing in there. Look, Schultzy's ready to snap at a moment's notice, so we should probably just look. He's just giggling in there, and it's terrifying.
I'm just very excited for my shot on Friday. I'll just say that. That's the
Oh.
only thing I'm throwing out there.
Oh, that's a hint that perhaps something big's coming.
Yeah, I feel like Schultzy's calling his shot right now.
I did not say that at all, but
let's just say there will be bits.
Yeah.
Headlines next on the Fan.
The Portland Trail Blazers are for sale.
What?
Oh, the dog.
What?
Oh,
What?
oh man.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
You're an idiot, Sue. Ruff is an idiot.
Hello. We have headlines. And I think we'll start with your hat.
Oh, yeah. The oil. Let's do it. Oil country.
Our Oilers
Our Oilers.
take
Yes.
on the hated Florida Panthers tonight.
It's the last chance to stop this stupid-ass Miami team from becoming a hockey dynasty. And their coach is the douche. They have the douchiest player in the league, and no one gives two S's about hockey in Sunrise, Florida.
Would they be they would only have won 2 in a row.
Yeah, they would have been to this is the third straight Stanley Cup Finals. They would have won 2 in a row, and I mean that's.
I'm not sure that's a dynasty.
I mean,
Were my Lightning a dynasty when they won 2 in a row a couple years ago?
yeah, dynasty may be a strong word, but that they are they're etching their name in some record books. 3 Stanley Cups in a row, 2 wins. I can't have that. And like I said, I hate their best player. I hate their coach. He's such. It's just this is how douchey their coach is. So they beat the Carolina Hurricanes, and the Carolina Hurricane head coach is Rob Brindamore, who is one of the most respected. Like he won a Stanley Cup. He was a team captain forever there. The dude's a Hall of Famer, and he's the coach of the Carolina Hurricanes. And Paul Maurice, who's the head coach of the Panthers, at the end of series. It's one of the great traditions in hockey is you all get together and you shake hands, right? No matter how heated it gets, everyone gets together no matter how disappointed you are, and you line up and everyone shakes hands and you pay respect. It's one of the things I absolutely love about this sport. And that douche canoe for the Panthers had the nerve to in the line to go up to Rod Brindamore like after the game and tell him that head coaches shouldn't be in line. That the head coaches should not shake the hands of the players. They don't get to be in the handshake line. Like, who the hell are you to decide that for anyone, let alone a Hall of Fame player? And
Who the hell are you?
I can't. If I had a monkey paw, believe me, I would wish the Florida Panthers to get swept. So they're really good.
Oilers are favored though, right?
And I need it's basically a pick'em series. So it went 7 games last year.
The Oilers have home ice.
The Oilers have home ice, and
I know that.
And hopefully, like the Panthers a couple years ago lost in the Stanley Cup Finals, came back, and the Oilers are saying all the right things that, they're a little more comfortable this time. The moment won't be too big for them, and they have the best player in the world, maybe the best player in my adult life that I've ever seen play, and you would think
Wayne Gretzky.
And there's a lot of pressure on him. I mean, this is
You're talking about Connor McDavid.
This is LeBron not having an NBA title and then getting another crack at it. This is if you truly are the best player of a generation and one of the handful of the great players of all time, this is where you put your team on your back and you go get one.
Well, surely they won't lose to him 2 years in a row.
Florida's really good.
Yeah.
Florida's really good.
I'm going to bet on the Oilers, I think.
I hope so.
Wait, you hope I'm going to bet on the Oilers?
Yeah, let's go on an adventure together as a show.
Did you bet on the Oilers?
I did not. I have not bet on this. When I have a real rooting interest, like I actually like want a team, sometimes it's easier for me to just maybe take a step back.
You got any money on the big softball final?
Texas Tech. I saw the one gal from Texas Tech got $1 million in NIL.
Yeah.
Boy, we're handing out $1 million checks in softball.
Apparently.
Woo,
Texas
doggy.
v. Texas Tech game 1 tonight.
Yeah.
Best of 3.
Best of 3.
For all the Marbs.
I would say that I don't know anything about either of those teams, but I guess go Texas Tech because
Nobody's rooting for the Longhorns.
Yeah, I guess
they're the Florida Panthers of the softball, right?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, like that would be like Texas is like one of the marquee schools.
No, I'm just saying like we only have 4 teams to choose from.
Yeah.
Edmonton is to Florida as Texas Tech is to Texas.
Yeah, if you don't have a rooting interest, root for Texas Tech.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Red Raiders. Guns up, baby.
Yeah. I guess Texas Tech, though, I mean, they may be on the come up in all sports. Like they're investing.
All that oil money.
Yeah.
Now, it could be a big few weeks for Canada in U.S. sports.
Yes, because the Stanley Cup has not been on native soil. which would be Canada, since 1993, which is kind of the other reason
That's crazy.
I would like it to go back to Canada, because it's
Yeah.
their sport.
This is their chance.
This is their chance.
Come on.
Yes.
You blew it last year.
Yes.
Figure it out, Canada.
And this would have been Edmonton's third opportunity since the drought started in 94. This will be Edmonton's third crack to bring it back north of the border.
McDavid.
So, get it done.
You idiot.
Yes.
But there's another reason why it could be a big week for Canada in U.S. sports. There's another reason.
There's another reason.
Yeah, there's another reason.
And we got the political stuff. That's always fun.
Well, it's not that.
No, I'm just saying there's tension there, even though half of the damn, every player in the NHL, half of them are from Canada.
So we'll get to that coming up next. As headlines continue, here is Schultzy.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final coming this evening in Edmonton. The Oilers and Florida Panthers squaring off for the second straight year. Oilers trying to become the first Canadian team to win it all since Montreal back in 1993. Coverage getting going over on 910 ESPN Portland at 4:30. Puck drop at 5 p.m. on TNT. In the association, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns hiring Cavs top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. He started as a video coordinator with the Atlanta Hawks before stops in Brooklyn and with the Los Angeles Lakers. In baseball, the Mariners hope it goes a bit better tonight. They're hosting the Baltimore Orioles again up at T-Mobile Park. It's game 2 of a 3-game set. Emerson Hancock v. Cade Povich on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. It's on Root Sports. After the loss last night, Mariners sitting half a game behind the Astros for first place in the AL West. And elsewhere, the Rockies finishing off a sweep of the Marlins earlier today with a 3-2 win. It was the first 3-game sweep for Colorado in over a year. Still only at 12 wins, though, on the season. Makes them on pace for over 130 losses. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigard is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's Sports Leader, 1080. Time with Asachi and Soup on 1080 The Fan.
All right.
Isachi.
Welcome back to our show. We are rocking and rolling with some sports on a Wednesday.
Hot Canada and hockey talk?
Yeah, listen, I got more Canada talk here because I was reading about Canada today because I love Canada.
I do too.
Big Canada guy.
I am pro Canada.
If it were warmer, I'd be all over it.
Well, soon.
Hot take, but not. Their anthem is prettier than ours.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
not a hot take. I think that Oh Canada is wonderful.
Yeah, and when they, it's just watch tonight when they sing "Oh Canada." It's freaking phenomenal. And
Well,
pretty soon they'll be our 51st state. So
That's right.
That's true.
jeez.
I was saying that it could be a big few weeks for Canada here in the U.S. in sports.
Mhm.
Well, one, of course, if Edmonton wins the Stanley Cup,
Yeah.
they bring the cup back to Canada for the first time since, what'd you say, 93?
93.
We also have two Canadians in the NBA Finals.
Oh yeah, Shea is Canadian.
And so is my guy Lou Dort. Did you know that?
I can't say that I knew that Lou Dort was. So was he on the because I watched that the gold medal thing on Netflix, where they did they followed the U.S. basketball.
I didn't watch it.
It was pretty good, and they did show Team Canada on there, and Shea was. I don't remember Lou Dort. Maybe I just.
Well, he might not have been on the team.
That's why I was
don't
wondering.
know.
I didn't know if he played on
He's
Team Canada
from
or not.
Montreal,
Yeah.
Dr. Dort.
Okay.
And Shea is from Hamilton, Ontario.
Mhm.
But they were saying in this article, it was Wall Street Journal was in this this article was interviewing some fans who thought that this was a bigger deal for Canada, these two guys, than the Cup.
Oh.
And the reason they were saying
so
that
dumb.
is because there's a ton of Canadians in the NHL.
Yes.
So it's sort of like it's a hybrid league, Canadians and Americans and Canadian
Yes.
teams and American teams.
Yeah.
Whereas here, a lot of people in Canada grew up Steve Nash. Like Steve Nash, he's Canadian, of course.
Yes.
Steve Nash sort of
He's their
helped
basketball Jesus.
usher basketball in up there.
Yes.
And then, you had Vince Carter. But a lot of those people that grew up there idolizing Steve Nash are big basketball fans. And SGA,
Mhm.
with a side dish of Lou Dort, they're quintessential Canadian guys. Like SGA, for example, like we know how the Canadians are very, they're very humble, they're very nice.
Yes.
That's SGA.
Yes.
Like he is not Anthony Edwards.
No. No.
Very, like that right there is a great line of demarcation. If you want to talk about U.S. star versus Canadian star, I give you Anthony Edwards versus Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yes.
So the Canadians love Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. So many Canadians who grew up idolizing Steve Nash or Vince Carter, they're Hoops fans, and they are rooting for. Oh, and one other thing they pointed out in there, which I had no idea, James Naismith, the man who invented the game, is Canadian. I don't know how many people know that,
Yeah.
but he hung his peach baskets in Massachusetts, but he was Canadian. So they are saying that a lot of folks in Canada, now these games are staggered. So you got hockey tonight, basketball tomorrow.
They're not going to ever, and
Right.
I'm sure, hockey, this was, no one wanted to, but hockey especially does not want to go head to head. So yes, there will never be a night here during the finals where the two overlap.
But they were talking about how if they had games at the same time, it would be very hard to walk into a bar in Canada and with your Oklahoma City jersey on and say, hey, turn on SGA. They
Yeah.
wouldn't do it.
No.
It's all hockey
It's
up
all
there.
hockey.
So there are a lot of people rooting for Oklahoma City through Shea Gilgeous-Alexander
Yeah.
and my guy, Lou Dort.
Lou Dort.
And so it could be it could be a big week for
Yeah.
Canada in U.S. sports for that reason as well.
And look, I get it because Canada is so much smaller than us from a population standpoint. But one of the reasons why I tend to pull for Canada is this: when it's one of theirs, that place rallies like you wouldn't believe around their own. Same thing like when the Blue Jays come to town in Seattle, they take over that stadium.
It's disgusting.
Because like there's an entire country that it roots for one team. And so it's that way obviously now with the Toronto Raptors, like that entire country rallies around it. So
That's why 4 Blue Jays are on the All-Star ballot every single year.
yeah, so I get we can't have that because we're just we're really like 15 countries mixed into one, but I do get a little jealous over the kind of the national embrace that they have. And it will be cool to see Canada, if Oklahoma City wins this, that will be a title for them. Absolutely. That
Yeah.
country will wrap that
Yeah.
flag around those guys.
Now, as a couple texters point out, Matherin is playing for Indiana.
Mhm.
He's Canadian, and so a couple of people are saying Nemhard is too. I didn't know that. They did mention them in the article,
Yeah.
but they're not nearly as big
It's
stars.
Shea and Dort. Also, I don't know how much he claims because I think he went to high school here, but Shaden Sharp locally, he's a Canuck. I think he's from Ontario as well.
Well, maybe he'll win a title, and the Canadians can. What do you think the odds of that are? Good.
Guys, move on.
Not great.
No?
But yeah, I wouldn't go into a Canadian bar and when hockey's on and say
Yeah.
turn on the basketball game.
Well, there are a lot of basketball guys up there that were worried about that, but again, their games are staggered, so
they're
it doesn't
staggered.
matter.
Yeah, I don't look. Having been there many a time, they support all their sports, but there is one sport that matters up there, and all eyes will be
Tell you
on
what,
the Oilers.
It's going to be a great week or 2 weeks for Canadian sports bars.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
You got a little bit of everything.
the suds will be flowing.
Well, I think the suds will be flowing either way, but yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know if either of you been to Victoria, Canada.
It's amazing.
Beautiful. It's like a tiny Portland. I love it up there. But yeah, sports bars up there are fun places to go. So I can imagine this being a very, very exciting month or so up there. Kind of wish I were there.
If you ever go up to
Let's go road trip.
If you go up
Hell yeah.
to Vancouver, we do it every time we go up. There's I think it's Portsmouth. There, you drive up into Canada, and then there's a piece of the United States that's in Canada.
Oh, Point Roberts. That's
Point
what
Roberts.
you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Yes, the Enclave.
Yes, it's a phenomenal little place. You actually drive across the U.S. border, but you can't get there from the United States. You can only get to the United States by driving through Canada. It's just this little, this little inlet thing that sticks out.
So it's in the U.S.
No, well,
Yes, it is United States land.
yes,
but you can't. The
Get
only way
there.
you can get there is through Canada.
Yes.
Exactly.
So when
Or
you
by
drive there,
Or
it's
the
about-
water.
Yeah.
No, you can't even do that because they won't. There's no way to check. They won't let you come across on water.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the only way to get there is to drive through Canada. So it's like 30 minutes from Vancouver, and you do have to cross a border. You do have to cross a border to go into Point Roberts.
Why can't they just lower the
latitude line,
border,
or
yeah.
the border line, because
Yeah.
they put it, I think, at
Come
whatever
on.
parallel. That's why this ended up happening. In
No,
the
I
first
get
place.
it, but none of the state lines are straight lines.
Yeah.
But the Canadian-U.S. border is a straight line.
Yeah.
Some of the state lines are straight lines. It
Well,
just
some of them. I'm
depends.
just saying.
Y-
You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like we bend lines all the time.
They did not think of this.
And for those poor people just south of the border in Point Roberts,
And actually,
they're stuck being Americans.
I'm not trying to get political, but apparently since Trump took office, it has not been easy for the people of Point Roberts. They used to have the Canadians would help them out because obviously you have to go an hour to get to school,
Right.
hour to get to the grocery store and go through 2 border crossings. So they use
God.
they used Canadian currency as well as American currency there. But since the election of Trump, apparently it's not an easy trip to get to Point Roberts anymore, and it's not really easy to spend your money on Canadian goods.
You know what I would do if I were Point Roberts? Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I would find a big giant land saw, saw it off right at the border, and let it float down and be the new San Juan Island.
I like where we're going with this.
It would become one of the San Juan Islands.
It's Friday Harbor number 2.
Yes.
But if you're ever up in Canada, we always go there and we watch American football. Go to the Kinski's Reef Tavern. Is the one bar in Point Roberts, and it's a phenomenal little place, and it's one of those. It's now become like a little tradition for us to go watch American football in Point Roberts when you go north of the border.
All right. Well, go Canada. You're weak. It's a big week for you.
Yes.
Let's make something happen.
Well, in basketball, it sounds like
All right.
you got it one either way because you got a couple. But,
Well, that's true.
but I think they're, like you said, they're pulling for Oklahoma City.
All right. Knicks candidates next on the Fan.
It's back.
All right, now to the latest on the Knickerbockers job.
Yeah.
You know they need a coach.
Yes.
Oh, the Suns hired a coach today.
Yeah.
See that?
We knew it was going to be one of the two.
Very sexy hire.
One of the two Cavaliers assistants.
Love you call them the Knickerbockers, by the way. Please do that more.
Yeah, it's hard because
I get it, but I love, the old school stuff. I miss it. I'm getting nostalgic.
Well, they are the Knickerbockers.
They don't call nobody calls them that, though.
Well, it's because we're afraid to slip up.
Yeah. You got to be careful.
That is a dangerous word.
Yep.
If I go to New York Knicks' Wikipedia, it doesn't say that. It says New York Knicks. And then,
well, again, it can be problematic, okay?
Absolutely.
I get it says also referred to as the Knickerbockers. Like, okay. Like,
so you keep going. If you go fast enough and you say it often enough,
exactly.
You're going to make a mistake, and that's a problem.
That's fair. I don't want to end up.
Like the other day, we were talking about the tidbits.
Yes.
Know, it's like,
yes.
Got to be careful. Got to be careful.
Who was the A's announcer that got fired? Long time.
I don't know.
Glenn Kuiper. That was his name. Yeah, like I don't need that.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
Except Dez wasn't a slip of the tongue.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run.
So the Suns hired Cavs assistant Jordan Ott.
Yes.
So exciting.
Well, and this is kind of what a lot of these jobs now are going to these up-and-coming assistants. Someone was bitching and moaning about this today. I know.
Uh-oh. No way.
Well, yeah. I think
Sports guy?
Yeah, I forget who it was. It was an ex-player, and then like Dwight James was chiming in on that and doing back in my day you had to be 50 and bald, and now they're hiring all these young whippersnappers.
But does experience really matter? Like when you look at Steve Kerr won in his first year.
No.
He won a title. Tyronn Lue won in his first year. Nick Nurse won in his first year.
Well, it's just I think the idea is
Udoka made the finals in his first year.
These jobs, and I think this goes for most sports. It used to be the old hard-ass wisdom guy that had been around the block, and we all know those people would just keep resurfacing. And I think more and more teams are willing to look at the guy with a younger voice, fresher opinion, maybe some analytics involved, and are willing to try something new.
Well, they can better relate to today's players.
Yeah, well,
I think.
Thibodeau clearly is a good coach, but he's also, I think, 67, 68 years old. And he's now worn out his welcome 3 different places. So the question becomes, like someone asked the question, does he get another job? And I'm not certain that he does.
Tibbs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Again, like, do you want to hire a 67, soon-to-be 68-year-old man that seems to have a very short shelf life and kind of pisses everyone off? Is that, like, I don't think you'd hire him to be like a coach of a young team. And so, like, is that a championship-ready team? Does a championship-ready team need a guy? Like, as good as he is, the guy wins. I just don't know if there's another job in his future.
Well, that could be true of Malone, too. That could be true of Budenholzer.
Yes.
It's true of the Tear Bear.
Yeah. He hasn't gotten another one. He's a good coach.
Another head coaching job, anyway.
Yeah.
He's assistant. Mark Stein is reporting that the Knicks are expected to pursue Ime Udoka and Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
The odds-on favorite to land the job is Mike Malone. I don't know why, but he is. Then Johnny Bryant is number 2, and he's the other Cavs assistant.
That was, if it wasn't going to be this odd, it was going to be the other guy that was
Johnny Bryant.
Johnny Bryant.
And he actually has connections in New York too.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he was an assistant with New York as well.
The weird one is that if you hire Mike Malone, you're just hiring
Tom Thibodeau.
It's
very weird.
Yeah.
But, you know, as fickle as players are in the NBA, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, isn't early in the tenure maybe the best time to win? Like, a lot of coaches have proved that.
Sure.
Because they flame out fast.
Yeah.
But early, they catch the guy's attention. It's just that they work them maybe too hard over time.
Well, and that's
and
like
NBA players don't like that.
Yeah, well, someone pointed out, too, like with Thibodeau, one of the things is you play a S-ton of minutes. He grinds you, and we had Jason Quick on years and years ago when they were talking about the Blazers and like all the players saying they want someone that's going to coach them hard, right? When they got rid of Stotts. Like they want someone that's going to hold them accountable. And I remember Quick saying, everyone says that until someone actually coaches you hard. And then you're like, well, I don't like this. And
I think it's really sexy.
And so it wears thin. So you bring in someone that's a hard ass like that runs tough practices, you play a lot of minutes. And it's fine because initially it gets results. You're like, okay, we're all playing hard. We get more wins. You feel like you're working towards something. And then a year or two, maybe 3 goes by and the results kind of stall out because ultimately you're just not good enough. Look, at the end of the day, the Knicks aren't good enough to win a title. So you kind of realize there's a plateau to this. You get a lot of miles on your body. And eventually you just get tired of listening to the same dude yell at you every day. And it's not getting you any better result. And so you're like, yeah, I'm done with this. So you're right in that the fresh voice at the beginning, that is your best opportunity to come in and make your mark. It just is.
I wonder too if it's a bit like baseball. I know this was a problem in baseball where the old school coaches, they do it their way. They know what they're doing. But more and more nowadays, front offices have analytics and they want you to coach the player. They have a say in what is ran.
Yes.
Or what is run. And guys like Tibbs, those guys aren't good. I mean, they're like, dude, they may placate and use a little bit of it, but they're doing their own stuff. Whereas I wonder now in the NBA if a lot of these younger guys are a result of they're just more willing to collaborate with management and its analytics on how to coach the team.
Look no further than the greatest coach in modern sport history, and that is Bill Belichick. No offense to Phil Jackson. Phil was kind of gifted the greatest.
Pretty good players.
He had some great players. Bill,
good little player.
Now he got Tom Brady, but dude, Bill built those teams, and those were not like
great little player.
Those were not Hall of Fame laden teams. They just weren't. Bill built those with Tom, but still. That's the greatest NFL coach and arguably the greatest modern day coach, period, of any sport. And no one was willing to hire him. And one of the reasons is just what you said. They did not believe that he could work hand in hand with younger front office people. And he even said, remember at the Falcons interview, he goes, no, I'll work with the GM. I'll work with player personnel people. And they looked at him and went, yeah, we don't think you will. I know you're saying that now, but I don't think you're going to. And not that it's the same thing necessarily, but you mentioned Terry Stotts. Stotts was the offensive game plan coach for the Milwaukee Bucks. And I forget who was the coach, the
Adrian Griffin.
Adrian Griffin, who was a first-time coach, former player. Terry Stotts quit before the season started because he yelled at Stotts. Like Stotts was like, what are you doing?
Stotts hated him.
Yeah, Stotts hated him and was like, wait, so you don't have a lot of experience doing this. You're way younger than me and you're going to yell at me? I guess Stotts like called the players together like after a practice and we're like trying to get them together to talk about something. And he goes, no, I need to see the players. And Stotts was like, just a minute. And he yelled at him and Stotts was like, yeah, I'm done. I don't need this. You know,
I love that about the Terror Bear.
Yeah, but I think
he ain't putting up with that.
I just think there is so much of that goes on in sports now where it's just the old way of doing things, whether you think it works or not, that is, you are becoming a dinosaur.
Yeah, you have to adapt.
Yes.
And these front offices want you to, and they're your boss.
Yes.
Quick pushback. I did read that there are a lot of players that do like playing for that style that Thibodeau offers, frankly, because he gives you the space. It's a lot of minutes and it might wear you down, but at the same time, if you're growing and there's a point in your game that the coaches want you to execute better, Thibodeau gives you the minutes to do so. So, like,
that works for about 2 years until you realize that you're playing 44 minutes a night and you get to the end of the season and your ass is dragging. That's why he flames out.
Well, it's also a lot of coaches that they'll play you, but you better be good because he doesn't play
he wants you to be elite.
He doesn't develop guys.
Yeah.
So that's another problem too that I'm sure that I think front offices are putting more emphasis on. And Danny seems to talk about this a lot, that they're putting more emphasis on developing players.
Yeah.
Not just, hey, is this guy good or not?
Well, because so much of the new NBA, they're saying under this salary cap is going to be, how many times do we have to hear good contracts and young guys, and you're going to have to get people that are cheap, and you're going to have to grow and develop your own players. And by the way, that's true for the NFL. The NFL's been that. The way the NFL model works is you can have a handful of players on offense and defense that you pay, and everyone else needs to be young and cheap, and it's up to you to figure out how to get the most out of the guys and develop them. And if you can't do it, your ass isn't going to be a coach for very long, and that's coming to the NBA.
All right, coming up next, take that, Scotty Scheffler. Hello?
Yeah.
No reaction out of him. How about that?
What?
Stoic.
Well, you were going to break.
No,
What am I? I was like, did I do something wrong?
No, I'm talking about Big Zook.
Well, I thought you were teasing.
Well,
and
I
then-
just really wanted.
I do like
little
when you say
reaction out of
Scotty Scheffler in the accent.
We also have one golf course solving pace of play.
Ooh.
How many times do you go out and you play and you're like, come on? People think it's the Masters. Like, dude, you want to get home, get done in 4 hours, 15
If you're playing
minutes?
good golf, play fast. If you're playing bad golf,
Play faster. One golf course is getting lauded for solving pace of play. We'll tell you what they're doing. Coming up next on The Fan.
Is brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the fan, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Coming up here shortly in Edmonton, the Oilers taking on the Florida Panthers in the second straight year for the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers trying to become the first Canadian team to win it all since Montreal back in '93. Coverage starts here in about half an hour at 4:30 over on 910 ESPN. Puck drop at 5 on TNT. In the association, big news today. The Phoenix Suns hiring Cavaliers top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. And on to baseball, the Seattle Mariners hoping it goes a bit better tonight. They host the Orioles again. Game 2 of a 3-game set up at T-Mobile Park after their 6-1 loss last night. Emerson Hancock versus Cade Povich on the bump. First pitch set for 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness!
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Nice to have you along. It's a big Wednesday show here. We love our Wednesdays. And it is a dreary day in Portland, Oregon.
I know, because I don't pay attention to the weather, and so I just assume that it's going to be 80 and sunny every day. Woke up this morning, peeing on me. A lot of rain out there.
They're saying 97 degrees on Sunday.
So we going from this to 97?
Yeah, well, we're going from this to the 80s tomorrow, and then by Sunday it's going to be 97.
Yowzers.
I love these kinds of days, especially right before those heat waves we get here in Portland. It's just the air. It feels so good. This is like peak Willamette Valley, Pacific Northwest. Love it.
Yeah, it kind of is. My wife loves them too. I don't really get that so much. I'll take sun all day, any day. But
change of pace, maybe.
Yeah, I get it. It's been so nice that this is fine.
One day.
But if you get 37 straight days of this, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, like I had to break out long sleeves today. Long sleeves and pants.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. The plight.
What are you going to do?
I haven't worn pants since like 2019.
Yeah, I don't think Schultzy owns a pair of pants.
He really hasn't.
Like if I ever saw Schultz in a suit, it would. I don't know what I would do.
My wedding day, like 2020.
You wearing a suit on Friday when you auditioned for the midday show?
No, I'm gonna wear the
Hey
most.
man, I was looking at all those old KWJJ photos that they have out there. They're gonna hang them in our hallways
Everyone
here.
was suited
Oh
up.
my God, they were dressed to the nines.
They were dressed for TV back then.
There was some guy in a Matador outfit
on the radio.
Yes.
Well, it was like,
dude.
Well, it's like when you see olden day photos and olden days, 50s, 60s.
That was in the 70s.
Into the 70s.
Be careful.
The olden days. Like you see people on airplanes. People used to dress up to go on airplanes and on cruises.
That is so stupid. Sitting on your belt.
I love it.
I mean, I
love it.
I've got a look. I'm chubby, so I never would want to wear a belt. But like, I just see people that have like the full shirt tucked in with the belt, and I see that on an airplane. I'm like, how can you sit comfortably for 3+ hours like that?
Because I don't know, they respect themselves, and
I'm not talking about respect. I'm talking about sitting comfortably. You ass.
I'm jealous of I mean, people that are
back at you.
People that are constantly put together
that.
like that.
About Schultzy.
I respect that. I do. And I.
Well, listen. Here's the other thing. Nice clothes, are a lot more comfortable now than they used to be.
Absolutely.
That is true.
Well, now
you can be comfortable in nice.
Yeah,
clothes.
you don't need heavy wool at all times now. There is nice things.
Right. Just give me that Mike Nolan suit that Adidas made for him when he was the Niners coach, because they had to wear the sponsored
there's
apparel.
So much stuff now, like a lot of like the nice. It started like the golf fabric. Now they make just nice clothes that have that stretch to them, and you don't have to. You can dress comfortably and still look like you're not in a frat.
They make tennis shoes that are dress shoes now. It's pretty crazy.
That's right. A lot of it's just interchangeable.
Sure.
Golf pants you can wear to a wedding now.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, that is what I do wear to a wedding. Golf pants, Nike Vapors.
Schultzy strikes me as the sort of fellow that's like, well, time to dress up a little. Let me put on this Mariners polo. And that is one where
I do have like 3 of those.
I think that's fair.
I do have a bit of an issue with that. I went to a funeral a buddy of mine passed a number of years ago, and one of the guys that was giving it was a celebration of life. I guess it wasn't a funeral, right? So he wasn't there, but it was at a church celebration of life. And one of the main guys that was speaking, my God, he wore a Dallas Cowboys untucked polo shirt. And there was part of me, a big part of me, it was like, really? I mean, I get it. All right, you're a casual dude, like you're wearing some cargo pants, but you're at a church saying goodbye to your friend. And the best thing you could find.
That was here.
That was here.
Yeah.
That was the best thing you could pull out.
You've lived in a lot of different places.
Yes.
I come from a different region.
Yeah.
And while the Northwest has pretty much everything over the Midwest, I mean, it's not even close. Okay. It is wonderful out here.
Yeah.
But the one thing I will say about the Midwest, it is much more formal there. And so I was stunned when I first went to weddings and or funerals in the Northwest at how many people were dressed like that. Like it's not a thing here to dress up. I mean, it is. I think it's a unique Northwest thing.
Yeah.
That they don't really dress up for weddings and funerals. I don't know if I'm right about that.
It's a casual dress up.
But I'm telling you, you never saw that back in the Midwest.
No.
It's just not a thing. Hell, we used to put on long pants and tucked in nice Oxford shirts.
Yeah.
Is that a term now?
Yeah.
Oxford shirt. That's
People-
you kids. That was what we used
People
to
know what
a button-up shirt to go out at night to drink. I mean, it's just very formal.
Yeah.
And a lot of that probably has to do with, the Bible Belt and everything.
And
But
like I said, I'm not saying you have to be,
no, but come on,
you got to
Mike
be
Lynch
Don
wore,
Draper.
What did Mike Lynch wear to your dad's funeral?
Hand to God, I will
was,
never forget that as long as I live. One of the worst days of my life was at my dad's funeral. I'm sobbing, and it was a military funeral at the military cemetery. He was in the Navy, and so they're folding up the flag, handing it to my mom. They're putting him in the casket, and I'm sobbing my eyes out. And I turned, and I didn't invite many people. I'm a kind of a private griever, but I invited Rop and Lynch, who were on the show. And I turned and I see Rop, and I didn't know he was there. Again, I was doing my own thing. So I turn and I see Rop, and Rop's giving me the very somber, the head bow, like, hey, sorry for your loss. And then Rop kind of gives me one of these, like, look over here, like the head nods. And I look over. Mike Lynch is wearing, like, khaki cargo shorts, ankle socks, like white New Balance, and an Oregon Duck zip-up. Like an Oregon Duck zip-up sweatshirt.
Yeah, that's true. And he's from New York.
He's from New York.
So
and I just looked at him, and I started laughing. I just, on the moment of my tears, I just started laughing. I'll never forget the look on your face. And I just was like, and after they put my dad in the hearse and they took him away, I went up and I was talking to you guys, and Lynch goes, I am so sorry. But Lynch goes, I asked you what to wear. And I was like, okay. And he goes, you said whatever. I didn't. If you asked me what to wear to a funeral, my point was like, you don't need to wear like a black suit. I just assumed you knew not to wear cargo shorts.
Not a safe assumption here.
Not a safe assumption.
Yeah, this text, we've got a text line here. Did you know that?
Yes.
You can text us to our show, and we will get them and sometimes read them. The fan text line, this person says, in the Northwest, if we go out to something formal, like, say, the orchestra, I always say there will be someone in a tux, someone in a baseball hat, and someone in cargo shorts.
Yeah.
Oh, so right.
That is so true.
Yeah.
But I would venture to guess, and I don't know if I'm right about this, but I would venture to guess that the person in cargo shorts is from the Northwest.
Oh, yes. Hands down. No, that's not
and
even.
The person in the tux may or may not be from the Northwest, but probably they grew up in an area where it was.
Although, to piggyback on Suk's point about Lynch being from New York, my wife did this too in Massachusetts. Like, I was surprised when I moved back there with her for a year. She had to point out to me that, no, people, unless it's work, unless you are going to your 9 to 5, people look like they're in pajamas all the time walking around. This is even Boston. So Boston and New York, their standards are slightly worse than ours in the Pacific Northwest. And I guess, Rob, the Bible Belt has the best standards for out of the house dress in the country.
It's odd to me. Like,
Well-
you don't have to be. We went to the opera. Falstaff was here a couple weeks ago, and I took the BTJ and my daughter to the opera. And to some people, maybe the opera is, like tuxedo. It's not tuxedo, but
who owns a tux?
Exactly.
Not many
right?
people.
But I wore, I don't know, I wore a pair of I think I wore a pair of nice golf slacks and then a collar shirt, and I brought a jacket in case I had to. Or maybe you put on a nice sweater or something. And we were casual, nice. The person sitting two seats away from me was wearing pajama pants. Like you see the red and black,
like plaid.
The
fleece
flannel
pajama pants. And I was just sitting there being like,
under no circumstances should those ever be worn in public.
No,
people do it all the time.
To the opera, and this was a girl. Some mom and dad brought their daughter who was like 16, 17, somewhere in there.
Say that's a teenage girl.
At no point did mom and dad be like, no, because mom and dad were dressed normal. No one stopped and was like, dude, I'd be like, dude, you get your ass upstairs. I don't care what you put on. You're not wearing pajama pants to the opera. We're not doing that. And yet, the daughter's there, and she just, it's that level of casualness. I don't think that's cool. I don't think it's hip. I don't think it's modern. I just think it makes you look like a slob. It makes you
it looks like you're going through a mental health crisis.
Yes.
And also, that one, 100% I'm with you, it's on the parents. Like, that's a teenage girl. She needs to be taught better than that.
Yeah.
At any rate, I've always had, if you have people visit from out of town, they come here, and they'll ask you, oh, am I underdressed? I'm like, dude, I can't explain this to you until you go out and see it. It doesn't matter where you are or how you are dressed.
Yeah.
Someone is always going to underdress you here.
Yes.
It's just the way it is.
Yep. No matter what. I think you could purposely try to be the most underdressed person,
and you will not be.
You will not be. You can make the play for it, and they'll be like, nope.
It's fascinating.
Yeah. There used to be a place when we were in when I lived in Alaska. It's a few hours outside of Anchorage that we would drive by sometimes, and when we were out, we would go on like camping and hunting and fishing trips, called the Double Muskie Inn. And it's this amazing place on the other side of like Chugiak State Park. And it's incredible because it's a really nice restaurant, like high end, like local food, some of the freshest, elk, reindeer, salmon you'll get, amazing, like 5-star meal. And when you go there, you will see someone in a tuxedo and you will see someone in fish waders, like sitting side by side. And it's one of the strangest things. If anyone's from that area, you will know what I'm talking about. You will watch someone in the nicest outfit they have, and their wife will be in a beautiful gown, and they'll be having this unbelievable steak or fresh crab legs, and it'll be candlelit, and then one table over, just someone who rolled into town in some fish waders, didn't even bother to change, just smell like the fresh catch. It's just to see that, and when I got here and started kind of going out, I was like, we just have that mentality, but everywhere. No matter what restaurant you go to, for the most part, you get that here.
What do you think someone from the Victorian era would think of how we dress?
Oh, dude.
When we're out to dinner?
They would think that we are just the biggest piles.
No, they think that we're mentally ill, probably. Like, are you okay?
Or the Renaissance era.
Yeah.
I don't know, which was better? Victoria was a little more, like, gaudy.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I'd say
what's the best dressed era?
It's going to be a bold statement, but I'm going 1920s.
Yeah.
Yeah. You look at like the Gatsby, like
that's pretty good.
Well, and then hygiene, at least, because the problem is that if you go back, like everyone was just disgusting. No one bathed, had the real caked on like lead makeup. Like it wasn't good. By the 1920s, we had some cleanliness, and dude, like you look at the way people dress when you see like those old timey photos. They may not be comfortable, but those sons of guns are sharp.
Yeah, give me the 40s, like that mafia type of maybe jazz crooner.
Sure.
Yeah, those were some slick clothes.
We had like a golden age from like maybe the 20s, 30s to like the 1960s, Mad Men style. That's the sweet spot.
All right, well, we got to nothing there that we wanted to, but there's hot fashion talk. I don't know. Coming up next, the golf course that is solving pace of play on the Fan.
Yeah.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Well, take that, Scotty Scheffler.
Does he have to take another win?
No. The Colorado Rockies
Mm-hmm.
won again today.
Oh, yeah. They swept
Yeah.
the Miami Marlins.
How bad are the Marlins?
Did you see the stadium photo?
What
Yeah.
is Colorado
Why
Rockies?
would anyone go watch that?
Boy, there's a photo
There's a
circulating of when the Marlins played the Rockies. And I'm not sure which, because it was a 3-game set that the Rockies swept. I honestly, and they're going to announce whatever, a couple thousand. I feel like there is maybe 800 people there. I think you could individually count everyone in that stadium. I mean, it's so bad.
Yeah, Miami, obviously. It's at the Marlins Stadium, not getting any fans there. But if you're in Colorado, you still got 25,000, 30,000 people going to basically an outdoor sports bar.
Yeah, they
Kinda
love
ridiculous.
it. They love it. It's fun.
It's
Those
a great
games
stadium,
are fun.
great location, easy to get to.
So the Rockies won again. They have now won 3 in a row, which is the longest streak in baseball, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Dude, the red hot Colorado Rockies?
So the everybody's been talking about the I don't know, the anecdote.
Sure.
I guess you could call it a stat that the Rockies, Scotty Scheffler had more wins than the Rockies over the previous 30 days when the Rockies were on their losing streak. He had won 3 and the Rockies had only won 2. That's unbelievable, by the way. But now that the Rockies have won 3 in a row, Scotty Scheffler hasn't even played since his last win, and the Rockies tweeted out today, wins since June 2nd. Rockies 3, Scotty Scheffler 0. Which I thought was a great tweet.
That is great. I'm glad that they can have some fun with that. Right there. By the way, the bad part is, so they, in that tweet, they have them getting the final out against the Marlins. It's such a burn. There's just no one there. Like, it just.
Well, again,
it
why would anyone
seems
go
so
to that?
Yeah, but the Rockies then.
They're all going to the Panthers game.
I guess.
Oh, wait, they're in Edmonton tonight.
Yeah. By the way, the people of Miami-Dade County, they're on the hook for when by the time they get done paying off all the bonds for that stadium, they're on the hook for $3 billion to build that monstrosity.
Yeah.
And that was the one where Deadspin outed the owners. The Marlin owners were claiming that they were poor and didn't have any money and got that thing pushed through.
David Sampson, right?
Yeah, without the vote of the people. They went to like the city council, got it pushed through, and then someone over at Deadspin leaked their financials, and they were just making money hand over fist.
That David Sampson guy does a podcast now.
Well, it was Jeffrey Loria, too. Sampson was the president. Loria was the owner
is that
that
what
was
it was?
making the
Okay.
money. And the fact that they let Loria buy them after he had already bungled the whole Montreal Expos situation. Like, it's not the team. It's Major League Baseball for allowing this to happen.
Well, there's a lot of good old boy stuff that goes on,
That's-
you know.
That's true.
What's crazy is the Marlins, as crappy as they are, 2 World Series.
Yeah.
And the Mariners have never even been.
Shut up. You're right. It sucks. Yeah.
Why
It's
would
just
you say that to Schultzy?
Well, it's just crazy to think
Because
about.
it's true.
Like, you can say what you will about the Mariners. There's an effort there. They try. You know, it's not. They're not on the cheap every single year. Their payroll's usually in the middle. Sometimes, in fact, I think it might be. You know, there's some years it's like 13th, 14th. It's
not for a while, but yes.
Yeah, it's not like they don't spend money, and yet they've gotten nothing. And a horse crap team like the Marlins, who put no effort into anything, have built 2 World Series champions and then tore them down immediately after.
Well, when you stumble into having one of the greatest prospects of all time in Miguel Cabrera and then one of the best pitchers of the time in Dontrell Willis, literally, it's if the Mariners stumbled into having like elite level prospects,
The
it could
Mariners
happen.
did stumble into, I don't know, Ken Griffey Jr. and Edgar Martinez and Alex
Ichiro.
Rodriguez.
Yeah, and then they sold Randy
Ichiro.
Johnson because they didn't. I mean, they bungled that themselves. They
Schultzy,
could have
I-
gone
good
forward with
players.
it.
I love you, buddy, but if you're trying to make the argument that the Marlins have had better players over the years
No,
than
no,
the
no, no.
Mariners,
I said they stumbled into players that gave them that opportunity. The Mariners made almost every incorrect decision that they could with Griffey. They had to trade him. With Randy, they had to trade. Like, it's not even close.
But they had him.
They had him. And the Marlins got rid of everyone. The Marlins kept no one. They won a World Series and immediately tore it down, and then rebuilt it, won another one, and immediately tore it down.
Well, by the way, I mean, look, let's get off on the whole thing.
We're off on a whole thing.
How many how many Marlins champions, or like how many players from either championship team can you name?
Like Jeff Conine's one.
Yeah.
Dontrell
Conine.
Willis, Miguel Cabrera.
I think Miggy was. Yeah, he was there.
Was it who was the big flamethrower that they had?
Josh Beckett.
Yeah, Josh Beckett, and then
Dontrell Willis, as you mentioned,
and then Hernandez was the other one.
Enrique Hernandez.
No, it was
Levon
Hernandez. Yes.
Renteria, because he got the big hit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Juan Pierre was on there yet. He might have been on the second one, though.
No, I think you're right. I think Pierre and who was the other guy at the top of the lineup? They had two speedsters.
They did.
Sorry, but the Mariners have had better players than the Marlins. They just have.
I don't even think that's close.
No.
No,
and
but-
I don't really get what Schultzy's trying to say.
What the Mariners' organizational philosophy has basically made them step on their own feet. The Marlins, it's totally different. They stumbled into it, if that makes sense. That's the only point I'm trying to
Well, they got.
They didn't care enough,
All right.
and it happened in a short amount of time.
We're confused.
Vibes, baby. It's like, hey,
Vibes,
if
baby.
I don't
you get the
understand where he's
season
going with it, but all right.
coming together for everybody, and that is what happened twice. I mean, it's like hitting the lottery, but it is what happened in
Luis
Miami.
Castillo may be the other one.
Oh,
you're
Luis
thinking
Castillo,
of.
yeah, and Pudge Rodriguez was on those teams,
Was he?
or was on the old team? Yeah, he was.
He was on the second one. Yes,
I think
you're
he
right.
was.
You're
I
right.
think he was, guys.
He was. You are
Here,
right.
Let's just go ahead and look up the team while we're at it. Okay.
I am. I don't remember. I do not
Well,
remember.
is he on there?
I don't remember Pudge. So this is the 2003 World Series, and no, it does not look like.
So
he
that's
was on
Beckett.
there. Yeah.
And those bros.
That's Beckett, Cabrera, Castillo, Conine.
Is Derek Lee on that roster?
Derek Lee was on.
Yeah,
that
the first
roster.
baseman. Yeah, that was one of
But
his good
no,
years.
he was not. Juan Pierre was, but I do not see. Oh, I stand corrected.
There he is.
Ivan
There
Pudge
he is.
Rodriguez.
There we
Okay,
go.
listen to this.
Boy,
Oh,
I
here's a
didn't-
mate.
I didn't remember that at all.
We forgot their best player. The best player. I mean, Miggy was awesome, but
yeah, he was pretty good.
yeah, this guy was probably at the time there. Maybe.
Which championship team are you talking
Actually, two of their best players. The early one, the '97 one.
about? Yeah.
Anybody?
Who am I missing?
Anybody?
That was the one.
There's
against,
two
That
really
was the
good,
one against the Indians. I was in college watching that.
two really good players you're missing that were in the middle of that lineup.
Yeah, you're right.
One is Gary Sheffield.
Oh God.
And the other is Moises Alou, who was great.
Well, I don't. The '97 one, outside of they beat the Indians, I just kind of have.
They also had Kevin Brown as
Don't
their
remember that one.
ace.
Ooh,
Al
first-
Leiter
First $100 million contract in all of sports went to Kevin Brown.
and the great Rob Nen closing
Who
games.
knew we were going to get hot?
Yes.
Marlins championship talk.
For those of you who didn't want golf talk,
Yeah.
you got Marlins talk,
There you
which is
go.
better. I can't tell you,
It's a
but
hell of a thing.
take your pick. We will have later in our show, if you're waiting with bated breath over my tease of the golf course that is solving pace of play, you have to like keep listening and
Pace
stuff.
of play, pace of play, pace of play.
We're going really slow.
Yeah.
But we're going to get to that, and it's going to be later in our show. Because right now, it is time for In the News, where it is time to celebrate the Goonies, Jace.
I have celebrated the Goonies before.
You remember Goonies?
We went down there for one of their anniversaries. I truffle shuffled in front of the Goonie house.
Well, let's do it again. That's next. Here's Schultzy.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming up this evening. Actually, just about a half an hour from now in Edmonton, the Oilers hosting the Florida Panthers. They're squaring off for the second straight year in the finals. The Oilers trying to become the first Canadian team to win it all since Montreal back in 1993. Coverage just got going over on 910 ESPN Portland. Puck drop at 5 p.m. on TNT. Over to the association, according to ESPN's Sham Charania, the Phoenix Suns hiring Cavaliers top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. He started as a video coordinator for the Hawks before stops with the Nets and Lakers. And in baseball, the Mariners trying to turn it around tonight against the Orioles. They lost yesterday. Now it's game 2 of a 3-game set up at T-Mobile Park. Emerson Hancock v. Cade Povich on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch and Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. It's Rop and Suk, but you already knew that. It is June 4, 2025. It is time now for In the News. I am your noted news man. Coming with the high T today.
You did.
Think about that.
Got that shot, did you?
Yeah, I got the T shot.
That TRT, let's go.
Gonna put on a new muffler on my car.
Make it super loud.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be great if you had, because you're driving around a 2013 gold Subaru, but it had
with Kansas plates.
Yeah, but it had like a super loud muffler, maybe some ground effects.
Ooh, ground effects.
There you go.
I should lean into that whole
You
thing.
should put some spinners on that bitch. Let's go.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at Advocates Law. Good.
Great ad.
National Cheese Day today, Jace.
He doesn't have a good piece of cheese.
Yes. Cheese is great.
Oregon has some of the best cheese in the world.
We have fine cheese.
I'm lactose intolerant, and I don't care. I eat cheese all the time.
You know what's weird? You know, you go to like the cheese, you go to the fancy places and they have all the cheeses.
Like the Zupans of the world.
Even at Freddy's, they got a nice cheese spread.
Yeah. Any of those cases, there is not one cheese in any of those cases that I dislike. Not one. And I'm just saying this, not having tried them all.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if it's cheese, I love it.
I'm trying to think of the last time I had a cheese that I found to be distasteful. Can't remember it.
Hard cheese.
What?
If it's too hard. Like if they say it's kind of soft, but it's not.
I don't mind hard
I
cheese.
will eat any. Like you give me a nice charcuterie board. What was the? Who was that?
Charcuterie.
Was that Cark? What was the? I forget. What's this guy? The NFL guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Some NFL player.
Oh, I thought you had the drop.
Buck has that one. I don't know where
it
that
is.
one
A charcuterie board, but
Yes, I understand.
Yes, he called it a Carcucci board, Schultzy.
I know.
Lean into that.
You
You're
educated
gonna tell me
son of a
next that
bitch.
the Willamette is not really the Willamette. I have never been placed in front of one of those and taken a piece of cheese and been like, I don't care for that.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's
so
all
if
good.
you go to the cheese case, like
Yeah,
the
it's gonna work.
most expansive place that has the most cheeses, most exotic cheeses, different types of cheese, you could open any of them and I will like it.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now. I know
don't
that
care.
about myself.
Give me the stinky cheese. It's still going to be delightful.
Blue cheese.
Bring
yes,
it on.
please. Now Tillamook, it literally their sharp cheddar got the best, not cheddar, but actual just cheese in the world. I think a year or two
here we
ago.
go. Hey, I found it.
Carcucci board.
Yes, that's the Carcucci. I have been into lately, I've been getting into the white.
That is Tanzel Smart.
Tanzel Smart.
And it was from Hard Knocks.
I think it was maybe a Rams.
A Rams guy.
I've been getting into the Tillamook Sharp White Cheddar, and also I've really been enjoying lately on my Sammy's a nice spicy Colby Jack cheese.
Also like a pepper jack.
A pepper jack.
But you go spicy Colby Jack.
Yes.
Because if you don't know, Colby is a cheese and then Monterey Jack is the cheese, and then they combine them. That's how you get Colby Jack.
I like. I've been getting into some spicy some cheeses with a little edge to them lately on my sandwiches.
How about can we talk about Schultzy's cheese knowledge?
Yeah, he's
I love cheese.
He's very passionate
tell.
about a number of things. One of them being McDonald's, and the other one being cheese. And then
aviation as well.
for some
Thank you.
reason.
Like, don't leave. It's not all food things.
It's a lot of food things. And Dutch Brothers.
It is also Hug Your Cat Day, and I will say I'm not a huge cat guy.
No.
But I did hug a cat today.
Did you?
Can I tell you that?
Where did you?
Yeah. Well, my father-in-law has 2 cats
Oh.
down in where he lives. It's with us.
Dick's got double cats?
He has 2 cats down there.
Interesting.
One of them is an ass.
Yeah.
The other one is super fat. It's like 30 pounds, dude. He can't. Yes, this cat cannot even groom itself.
Yeah.
And so and it's the sweetest damn cat.
Yeah.
Like he's a cool cat, and he doesn't do anything but waddle around and fart, you know. But I hugged him today because I had already done the notes for the show, and I knew it was Hug Your Cat Day, so I hugged him.
I'll say for the record, I have nothing against cats. I'm just never in the space of cats. I'm a dog guy, but I don't mind a cat. If someone wants to bring a cat over, I'll hug one. I don't know where I would go to hug a cat.
Come on over to my house. We got 2.
What are their names?
Schultzy, I love you, but that is the least surprising thing in the world that you own 2 cats.
Wait. Let me guess. One of the cat's names is Edgar.
That's where I was going.
You guys are onto something, but not quite. So no, we're gonna get a dog, and I do plan to name. It's gonna be a corgi. I will name it Ichiro. And if we did get a second one, it would be Edgar. So you're there. But we decided. My wife is the cat person. I'm the dog person. I wasn't really into cats, but I love these two kitties. They are named after Pokemon. Pikachu's the older one. Eevee's the younger one, and they're just so sweet.
And that's all of that is very much on brand.
All right. Yes, my wife loves cats, and I fell in love with these beautiful critters.
Hey, you can't, you got to pick and choose your battles.
I understand.
She wants to name the cats, you let her name the cats. Okay.
What's so bad about Pokemon? I thought it was unique.
I don't know anything about it.
You've heard the name Pikachu.
Yeah, I mean, like my kid, I think, had a little Pokemon phase when he was younger, but I don't know what it is. It's like cards and stupid stuff. Like, I don't know.
I get it. You're a generation of past me.
Dude, you're talking to a guy who has never played Xbox, okay?
Pokemon's probably a little over. It's not quite there for him yet.
Well, you're missing out. Never played Xbox. Damn.
Well, the Goonies house, it's out there in Astoria.
And now I think it's in someone's hands that appreciates the Goonies.
Yeah, the guy from Kansas City.
Yeah.
He bought it, and he's going to turn it into, like, he's saying F the neighbors.
Yeah, he's going to do like a museum thing.
Yeah, he's going to let you go. He's going to try to restore it as best he can to the way it was in the movie, and you can walk through it. He's going to make a bunch of money off of it.
The old people that had it hated the fact that people wanted to go and see the Goonie house, which is, don't buy the Goonie house if you're not into people coming over.
Well, thousands of fans are expected to descend on Astoria beginning Thursday as they celebrate Goonies' 40th anniversary.
I think I went on maybe the 30th or 25th anniversary. We went down to an anniversary there a number of years ago, and it was cool. They brought Sean Astin was there, and the director, I think Richard Donner that directed that? The director, they had a bunch of cast members, and they had the city basically just became, they gave you a tour of the jail and where it started. It was cool. It was a fun little event.
The celebration spans the weekend and will feature a variety of events including costume contests, bus tours, interactive art exhibits, self-guided treasure hunts, and sold-out panel discussions with some of the cast and crew.
Yeah.
The actors Corey Feldman, who played Mouth,
and is insane.
Kerry Green, who played Andy, and Robert Davi, one of the villainous Fratelli brothers, are among the special guestesses.
Yeah, we had one of those.
Yeah, Corey Feldman needs all the money he can.
How about Feldman coming out?
That is not surprising.
Hopefully he brings his guitar.
I want nothing more than someone to go down there and if he decides to break out into some sort of song. Because if you don't know, look that dude up. He's certifiably insane, and I'm here for it. I remember at the time when we did it, there was a big Jewish flag that was hanging in front of the Goonie house. That's what I remember being like, oh, I don't remember this from the movie, but it didn't look like the Goonie house. Like the people had not tried to keep it looking the same. But I think this guy that bought it, like you said, is trying to completely revamp it and make it look like it.
Yeah, they're saying that there's a VIP cocktail party with cast members.
Yeah.
$2,000, and they're having it in the house.
Oh.
$2,000 a ticket.
Yeah,
to hang with Corey Feldman.
That's
a lot.
That's a lot of white cheddar.
Sounds similar to Comic-Con prices, though, so it's actually probably the going rate. Like, if you go to Comic-Con and you want an autograph, like if I went to see, I want the Pink Ranger's autograph from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, I'm paying $1,000. Like, it's just the way.
I am shocked because a lot of members of my family love this sort of thing, like Comic-Cons, and I am shocked at the amount of money and time and energy that people will spend to stand in a line to have some weird person from the 80s treat them rudely and then sign a photo.
For like 7 seconds.
It blows my mind. Like, how much are you paying for that? But hey, to each their own.
Okay. Do you think we're prepared for wildfire season?
I'm going to say no. I don't think we're ever prepared.
Well, I've got news on that.
Can't wait. For the news, not the fire season.
Coming up next.
Fire season's bad.
On the Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
And a fly down the right field line. That one heading toward the stands. And that's going to be a fair ball. And that ball is gone. It's out of here. He tucked it in there. And he walks it off. Cedar Rafaela with a home run.
Yeah, he plays for the Red Sox. He hit one 308 feet down the right field line, hooked it around Pesky's pole, Oppo.
Third game in a row where he hit a home run, that being the game winner.
Oppo Taco. Boston beating L.A. today. The Angels. The Angels. 11-9 with that home
Dodgers
run.
are battling the Mets.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free at Window Nation, plus a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Right now, your free estimate can be had by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
It's back! Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. The afternoon round is sold out, and the morning round is filling up fast. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Also,
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, this is in the news, June 4, 2025. 2025.
Yeah.
It just dawned on me that it's 2025.
Well, we're almost halfway through the damn thing.
Going by quick.
I mean, I guess.
What damn thing?
Well, the year.
Oh, the year.
I mean, we're approaching halfway through the year.
We are a quarter away through the century.
Whoa.
How about that?
Mind blown. Oh, well, I'll be dead soon.
Yeah, I think that's right. Hey, how we doing for wildfire season? It's coming up.
I'm guessing not good, because when are we ever doing good for wildfire season?
Yeah, it's always a thing. You know, we know it's coming, and yet we somehow are.
I've just accepted the fact that every summer now, the hurricane season, right? An island gets destroyed, and we burn. It's what happens, and then we get to yell about why it burns. Then we get to yell about raking the forests, and then we get to yell about space lasers, and we don't do anything about it. We just yell at the other side.
Well, of course, the federal government has been attempting to slash, funding and firing workers and such, and that doesn't bode well for firefighting.
I didn't think we were going to have any concerns anymore because our fearless leader said that he turned on all the water. You know, it goes drip, drip, drip.
Oh, great.
And now there's more water than you know what to do with, and now we don't need to do anything because there's no wildfires because of all the water.
It goes drip.
He told us that. He turned on the water.
Well, I'm glad he turned it on.
Yeah.
Because we're going to need it.
Yeah.
It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
Yeah.
Well, they're now saying with above average temps and severe drought expected this summer, Oregon and Washington, we are in for a bad fire season.
I don't know how that's possible.
But there is a glimmer of hope as federal firefighting managers said that their operational firefighter workforce is about where it needs to be for the fire season.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So it's going to burn, but we think we have enough people to fight the fire.
Yes, this is despite the Trump administration's efforts to downsize the federal government. Now, here is the bad news where Jeff Merkley, you know him, he's one of our...
I don't know. He's always at a grut somewhere wearing a hard hat and wearing some cargo pants and is like, I'm one of you.
Yeah, he's a senator.
Yeah.
Yeah, Merkley and Wyden are the senators, I think, still.
Yeah, he said that they budgeted 1,975 firefighters for the Pacific Northwest region, which is about as many firefighters as it had for last year's record-breaking fire season. But what he said the problem is they're going to have fewer incident management teams, basically support staff.
Okay.
So
to feed them, to get them where they need to
right.
go. All those things.
There's a lot of logistics that go into that.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you can't just be like, hey, deploy. It's not like Voltron. They don't just like come out of nowhere and assemble into a giant, firefighting robot. It doesn't work that way.
We're not the only place that has firefighters or wildfires.
Yeah.
So the Forest Service handles this, and it's they have like these complex incident management teams. Last year there were 44 such teams ready to go nationwide. Yeah. This year there are only 37. And that has...
So we could get stretched real thin.
That has Oregon State fire officials, whoever those people are, concerned.
So if you get some in California and they have to borrow some of ours or,
That's right.
wherever, and then all of a sudden we have one that breaks out here and they're deployed somewhere else.
Well, we already have a wildfire burning.
Do we?
And it's the Butte Creek fire, I think. And then they said that it's going to be 97 degrees on Sunday. Yeah. So buckle up, fella.
So can we just do ourselves a favor and try not to start any of them ourselves? Don't throw firecrackers and don't go light campfires in the middle of dry brush.
Well,
I mean, nothing you can do about lightning strikes and whatnot, but I think most of these are our own dumbass fault.
Well, you can rake the forests.
Well, and again, I don't know.
Get your rake out.
I was told that the water was turned on and that a lack of water and drought was no longer a thing because he went in and turned on the water. I was told that. By him, by the way. I'm not.
These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
What else do I have for you here? Oh, Washington Park Reservoir and Plaza.
Mm-hmm.
We have a new plaza in town.
We do.
Set to open later this month.
What are we doing with the plaza?
Well, apparently it's been under construction for like 10 years.
Sure. What is this thing?
Well, it's closed off up at Washington Park. It's the Washington Park Reservoir.
Yeah.
But it's going to reopen to the public June 14th.
Oh, okay. Up there on Canyon.
Well, you know Washington Park.
Yeah. There's like by the Rose Test Garden.
It's up in there. Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. So it was nearly a decade ago when construction started on the reservoir, which is a great word.
Yeah.
And the area has been closed to the public for nearly 20 years.
Yeah. Boy, that seems like a long time to renovate something.
They said they did this project in order to replace drinking water that had existed at Washington Park that was built in 1894. They were just aging reservoirs. Well, now they're done, and it's going to be very pretty.
Oh, I see it here. We're getting our first look. We've got reflecting pools.
Yep. Huh. You can go up there and see the water, and there's a plaza for you to.
That looks very nice.
Walk on.
Boy, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't thought about that we've been doing.
Kind of out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind.
A grand opening is scheduled for Saturday, June 14th.
Yeah, they're giving me a little sneak peek here, and it looks pretty. I would hope so after a decade plus of doing this. How much that cost us?
Probably a lot. They say that the water bureau up there, or the customers served by the water up there, about 360,000 folks on the west side get water from up there.
Right, so now we got new water and reflecting pools.
Yeah, and a plaza. Don't forget the plaza.
We need a plaza.
We always, love
Gotta
plazas.
have more plazas.
Esplanades, plazas.
Yes, we need all
gazebos.
Covered bridges. We don't have enough covered bridges.
Boardwalks. That is in the news, June 4, 2025. Coming up next, it is the smallest market championship, or is it? And we have the leftover story from the first hour. Maybe it's the second hour. I think it was the second hour. The golf course that is solving pace of play.
Yeah.
How they are solving pace of play.
Yeah, you've been teasing that for like an hour and a half, so.
I think only an hour. I think it was this hour.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So we will get to that coming up on The Fan. Hey, it's Rob sticking around for the Window Nation, and by now you've
the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. We're having a nice little Wednesday at your Sports Bros. Rob and Suk. I'm Rob. Big Suk's right over there.
Right here.
Look at him.
You know, more importantly, we got puck drop here.
Yeah, we do.
momentarily.
Schultzy's here. We do have puck drop between Edmonton and Miami.
Yes.
Of hockey.
Sunrise, Florida. Because what says hockey better than Sunrise, Florida?
Is that where is Sunrise?
It's a suburb of Miami. Be like if you, instead of the Portland Trailblazers, you would have like the Tualatin Trailblazers.
That would be pretty random if they threw the Florida Panthers up in the Panhandle. It's like, what are you doing?
It's not like it makes any sense in Miami either. Miami might have the worst fans in the country. And then you throw hockey in there. I mean, they don't support anything. They don't support baseball. They don't support the NBA. They kind of support football a little bit. And then you throw hockey in there. I don't like that that's the best team in the league.
Look, for those who have never been to Miami, I've only been once.
Yeah, that's all you need.
And it really is, at least for me, and my sensibilities. But all I took away from it is, my God, it's like another country down here.
It is. Well, it's
not really even the United States.
No, it's its own little entity. Like I've always said, the two cities to me in the United States that when you step off a plane or you drive into them, that immediately you're like, I'm in a different part of the world. New Orleans has that feel, and Miami has that feel. They're just different. And Miami also the only place that you will see people driving $100,000 cars and parking them in front of $20,000 homes. It's very, but it's culturally it's a very interesting city, and there's amazing food and there's great nightlife. You just have to be into. It's a young person's. It's just too much for me. But it's worth driving through on your way to Key West, which is a little more my speed.
You have to be into bright colors.
Yes.
And fake up tops.
Well, it's got a Latin.
Okay.
It has a Latin flair that you will not find anywhere else.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
but it's wild.
It's a lot.
It's different.
Yes,
very different. So coming up, we talk golf. But first, I was looking at Oklahoma City v. Indiana, and the game one of that is tomorrow. And I was wondering if this is actually the smallest market championship we could possibly get between these two teams, and it is not.
No.
Not in the NBA, no. And so
Oklahoma City has to be the smallest market, though, right?
Actually, it is not.
No,
not by the metric that I looked at. So then that led me down a rabbit hole of what would be the smallest market championship matchup in any of the four major U.S. pro sports, and I have that here for you now here on the fan.
Well, now I'm intrigued by what's smaller.
So in the NBA,
is Memphis smaller, maybe?
It would be Memphis v. Milwaukee. That would be your smallest market championship you could get.
Milwaukee's smaller than Oklahoma City, huh?
Well, no, Milwaukee's in the East. Now remember, it has to be West versus East. So Memphis is smaller than Oklahoma City, and Milwaukee is smaller than Indianapolis. As a matter of fact, Indianapolis is not as small as you think.
No, I mean they had the combine there, Indy 500. I've been to Indianapolis a couple times.
I think it's about the size of Portland, isn't it?
Well, take a look and see what size Indianapolis is.
So in the NBA, it would be the Bucks v. Grizzlies.
Okay.
In baseball, it would be my Royals.
Really?
V. the Brewers, because there we go with Milwaukee.
Milwaukee
again. In hockey, it would be Buffalo, the Sabres, against Winnipeg. Winnipeg's tiny.
Winnipeg, I'm guessing, is the smallest of any.
No, it's not.
Really?
We talked about this when Winnipeg was in the playoffs just the last couple weeks ago. We talked about this.
And we said
there is one market
that's smaller. Oh, Green Bay.
That's right.
Duh.
So in the NFL, the smallest market championship possible, smallest market Super Bowl we could get would be Green Bay v. Buffalo.
Indianapolis, by the way, not as small as you think. That's the 16th largest U.S. city.
Bigger than Portland, then.
Yeah, it's bigger than Portland. And again, this is always weird because we talking city versus metropolitan area, but this is just for the city.
Well, I just want I don't like that. I want metro.
You want
area.
metro area?
Yeah, because it's not all about most people don't live in.
I
the
know,
city.
right? It's always weird when you see that, and you're like, well.
Well, I just went by market size.
Because isn't San Diego, or the weird one about that is like San Antonio. Like no one lives in San Antonio, or is it opposite? Everyone lives in the city, but there's no metro area.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to San Antonio. I don't know that.
They have a weird one where it's, I don't remember, like their market size gets screwed up, and I don't remember if it's bigger or smaller because either everyone lives in the city, and so it seems like a big city, but there's no, when you add in the metro size, it gets dwarfed, or it might be the other way around. I forget.
But if you go metro, the 2024 estimate for New York City is 20 million people. Isn't that wild?
Yikes. Wow.
And that includes that they're saying that includes Newark.
Yeah.
But
which again is
a whole other state.
It's a whole other state, but
it's a metro area.
Yeah. Well, I think Vancouver technically gets
right.
lumped into the Portland metro
it's
area.
It's like Portland proper that includes Vancouver.
Yeah. So LA 13 million, Chicago 9.5 million, DF Dub 8.3 million, Houston 8 million. Those are your top 5. That's metro areas.
Yeah, I'm looking to see where. So if you do metro area, Indy is certainly down further than where they're at in the city. Okay, so they're 16th if you go with just the city, but metro area they're 33rd. They're behind us.
Yeah, Portland's 26.
Yeah.
If you so this includes Vancouver, Hillsborough, but 2.5 million.
Yeah, and they are at where they go 2.1.
Those ninnies.
And that includes, it's Greenwood, Carmel, all that. So
the smallest market, obviously, in U.S. pro sports is Green Bay, and that's by a lot.
Yes.
I mean, it's like 200-something.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, and it's owned by the people. That is the most unique thing in any professional sport.
They're saying that New Orleans is only 966,000.
Yeah, that's not big.
Metro.
Yeah.
And
New Orleans is funky too because you get outside of the city, it is a really, really poor. I mean, there's some rough places in New Orleans. It's a very unique place.
Yeah. So technically, according to this, it just depends on what metric you look at.
Yeah.
According to this, New Orleans, outside of Green Bay, New Orleans would be the smallest market that has pro sports.
Yeah.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is I'll be interested to see if this plays well on from a TV standpoint, because these are two teams that should be easy to root for. They're built, quote, the right way. There's an MVP in there. This is everything that supposedly the people want. Well, we're tired of LA. We're tired of Boston. You don't like the Knicks. This should be something that you can get behind. Now we'll see. All you have to do is tune in. But something tells me the numbers are going to be a little lower.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if it's a really, really good series,
I hope so.
I think they're going to get a number. But if it's not,
and then we're going to have to sit there and listen to people from ESPN bitch and moan about how these stars need to get out. And
I have a solution to that.
Don't listen.
That's right.
There you go.
Why do we have to sit and listen to stuff that we don't like?
I was on
We don't.
I was on the treadmill today, and there was no sound on at the gym, but the TV was on, and their segment was Stephen A. Smith scowling at Mad Dog Russo, and the headline was "Mad Dog is mad about ?" And
That's
what I
not a
could
headline.
and what I could tell was Chris Russo yelling, and then Stephen A. on this split screen just was giving him the frowning of a lifetime. And I was like, oh my God, people watch this hunk of crap.
All right, coming up next, the golf course solving pace of play on The Fan.
The Fan is live.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Well, I feel like a really big topic in all of sports. It really does span most of the sports, at least team or individual sports, in recent years has been pace.
Sure.
We're always trying to speed up
Everything.
Football games.
Well, and baseball obviously implemented rules.
Went through this.
Yeah. The big one right now in the NBA is the last handful of minutes in a game were brutal.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Every sport. This is a big thing for us because we just cannot. We're so fast twitch now. We just can't wait for anything. No. We can't sit through it. It's like, let's go, get to it.
College football, did the no stopping the clock now on first downs and out of bounds for the until the end of halves and games.
But then they still added breaks too.
Yeah,
this is a real problem in golf on tour.
Sure,
it's too slow. It's a really big debate with the PGA Tour of like, how do we get these guys, because they're playing for a lot of money.
Yep.
But there's all kinds of ideas floating out there about how to get them to move along fast. Most of them. Some guys are really play fast.
Sure.
But, so this is also true in our recreational lives.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of times I won't. I mean, luckily my schedule allows this, but I won't play golf on the weekends.
It depends on where you play. I mean, I would say this: I got to tell you, I think as a avid golfer, I think we've gotten a lot better about pace of play, generally speaking, at courses around town. I think Langdon does a great job with pace of play, and I know for a fact that country clubs don't mess around.
Yeah, country clubs don't mess around, but again, you got to have a bunch of money. Like I'll play at my buddy's country club, Royal Oaks, and you play some speed golf.
I remember we went and played in Palm Springs at Mission Hills several years.
Yeah.
And because we had friends that had a house in there. Great tracks, 3 of them.
Yeah.
Dude, and it's all old people.
Yeah, you got to go.
They would be you'd be playing fast. Yep. And these olds, they don't even want to play golf. All they're doing is trying to get to lunch. It's like speed golf. And they stand there in the middle of the fairway in their little tricked out carts and they got their hands on their hips. You better move your ass.
But and I know it's gotten better, but I'm sorry. Like I play out at Rose City. I'll play out at Heron Lakes. Sometimes I'll play out at like Camas Meadows. And if you go play on a weekend where it's jammed packed, dude, get ready for a 5+ hour round. And I'm not. I won't do it. I'm out.
We play in the morning. Every once in a while we'll play first tee time out. Like this last Sunday, I played. Yeah. We teed off at 6. We were done by 9.
Yeah. See, that's the best part is if you can get out fast. But if you get stuck in a slog on a busy weekend when it's nice, thanks but no thanks. I got no time for that.
So it's an issue all around in all of life, really.
Yes.
In sports, and there is a golf course. So we just had the U.S. Women's Open up at Erin Hills, which is in Wisconsin. I don't know if you've heard of Wisconsin.
There's a lot of good golf up in Wisconsin.
Yeah, Erin Hills is part of that.
Yeah.
And they hosted the U.S. Women's Open. But anyway, they were in the news recently because they have been one of the pioneer courses at solving pace of play for amateurs.
Okay.
And what they have done is they figured out that getting amateurs to play faster is not going to happen.
Okay.
Because it's a fine line. But guys pay a lot of money to play courses like Erin Hills.
Sure.
And it is a fair argument to say, look, I paid $250 to play here.
I'm gonna take my time.
It's not that I'm going to take my time. I'm going to do my best, but I'm looking for golf balls. Yeah. I'm not that great of a golf. I'm doing my best.
I'm going to read my putts and all that.
And it's like you can't piss everyone off in just to get everyone to play faster. So they basically said it's not about getting guys to play faster. We want them to enjoy their time. We don't want to rush them. What we want them to do is play shorter. So they want you to play appropriate tees. Now,
amen to that.
Now, here's the thing. Most guys, many, walk up to the tee without really knowing what tees they're going to play. And you have different skill levels in a group.
And then the penis measuring contest begins, and you get some dude that insists on playing the tips, and then no one wants to be the one to say, let's play the whites, or God forbid you play the reds.
But people usually willy-nilly it. They don't really know which ones to play. They just go by the old blue-white,
sure,
sort of, or combo type, And then oftentimes they'll look at the yardage and go, well, I can play that yardage. Well, 6,500 yards on one course is not the same as 6,500 yards on another course.
Sure.
They could be very different and one could be way more challenging than the other. So what they decided to do was, because guys lie about how far they hit their driver.
Absolutely.
They put up a sign that said, here are the tees you should play based on this. And it is, how far do you hit your 7-iron?
Okay.
And what they found was nobody lies about how far they hit their 7-iron.
Really?
And so
we only lie about the big dog, huh?
People lie about their driver all the time.
Sure.
And because guys think, oh, I hit it 265, 270. Dude, you hit it 240.
It's almost impossible to lie about your 7. You can't.
Right. It's like, what are you going to say? 190? Okay, cool guy. Most people hit it. Well, actually, it doesn't.
It depends.
Schultzy's right. It's like, you can't, there's just not that big of a window to lie about how far you hit your 7-iron.
Sure.
Or like, who the hell is like, oh yeah, I hit mine 190 so I can play that tee and not that. I mean, dude, come on. Get over yourself. Yeah. So they said that at Aaron Hills was one of the first to do this. More courses are doing this now. They said that has sped up. Let me get the number. They said they have seen a 26% uptick in people using the shorter white tees, and the overall speed of play has picked up accordingly.
Let me just say this. Unless you're someone that plays a lot of golf, just play the whites, right? Like,
well, not necessarily. Some people shouldn't be playing the whites.
Exactly. Maybe you go play the reds.
That's why this is a better
That's
system.
a better thing. I'm shocked at the number of times that people are not very good golfers and they are playing the blues or the blacks, and you are like, dude. And again, it's an ego thing. It's a pride thing. It's such a more enjoyable course when you play an appropriate length. And the only reason is it's a pride and it's not a quote manly thing to do. That and just in general, like, I get it if you're a serious golfer and like everything matters to you, but the guy that spends 9 minutes looking for his ball, I'm like, my God, drop one. Like, I won't even give you a penalty shot. Where did it drop the damn thing and hit? It can be maddening playing with someone that looks for every ball. That
hey, that's $4.
Oh,
how much are golf balls? I mean, they're kind of expensive. So that's part of it.
Well, that's the thing. If you're spraying the ball, don't have expensive balls.
Yeah, take shag balls.
Take shag balls, and if you're playing on a course that's lined with trees and you know you're going to spray it, dude, spend 45 to a minute looking for it. You can't find it. Where did it go in? Drop one, punch it out. Let's go.
Or how about this? How about go to a smaller course and build more of them? Like near my house, love Charbonneau. They've got like 2 or 3 different 9-hole basically sections. So you can play 9, you can play 18 if you want. Like, I don't understand why people don't go to smaller courses more.
I think that's a good point. I think Tiger has started to talk about this a little bit. And I think they are building more of those.
That's awesome.
They really are. Because people don't want to be out there can't be out there for 5 hours.
One of my favorite things about where I live is I live next to Farewell Village amongst the olds. I can walk to that. It's a 9-hole course. I can walk to that in 4 minutes from my house. And if you play the back tees, I think the longest hole is like 400 and maybe 450 yards, 440 yards. So it's not a par 3, but you can hit driver maybe 2-3 holes you would hit driver on, and you can play that thing. You can walk it. You can be done with that course in an hour and 20 minutes.
And that's way more suitable for a lot of people.
And it's amazing. It's just
at Aaron Hills, if you are hitting your 7-iron between 140 and 150 yards, you play the whites.
Yeah.
And then they have combos, and it goes all the way up to 200 or more. Some people can hit a 7-iron 200 yards or more.
See, the problem with
this
is
the back tees.
I hit the ball a long way, like with my irons, but I still play the whites. I don't want to play anything but that. When I break 90, it's a good day. I can still go out and easily just S the bed and shoot 100 and something. So to me, again, I'm not playing 3 times a week. I'm not a scratch golfer. I'm not trying to be a scratch golfer. The whites, shocking. The whites are just a nice. I just for the casual golfer, the whites or the reds are always going to be better.
So this system looks at every hole from every tee in order to determine the optimal distance for every player, and it's a calculation that's helped by a survey that the USGA does. So they can put this sheet together for every course.
Yeah,
and it's very simple. 7-iron, boom, I'm there. That's the tee. that is a huge thing. If this grow, like I feel like this, if they have this at more courses, you're going to get faster rounds.
Yes.
You just are because it's easy.
Yeah.
And guys can't lie about it.
Yeah. So basically, this all comes down to, in order to play faster, we just have to have men be honest.
Yeah.
And not lie about our ability.
Kind of. I mean, that's kind of the whole point. I mean, hell, I was talking to Danny today. I'm going to throw Danny under the bus. He was like, yeah, went and played Charbonneau. He was talking about Charbonneau. And he's like, yeah. I said, do you ever, because I've never played Charbonneau. And he said, I asked him, I said, did you ever hit driver there? I don't know. I know they have 3-9 hole. So I've just never played it.
Yeah, they don't have anything higher than a 4.
4
par. Excuse me.
So he said, I said, do you ever hit driver there? He said, yeah. One time, piped one 270 right up near the green. And in my head, I'm like, First of all, one thing you should never do as a golfer, and I'm telling you, this is universal, never regale anyone with your round of golf. They don't care, okay? Unless you hit a hole-in-one or you got like a double eagle or something wild happened, you have a funny story, that's one thing. But going shot by shot through your round of golf, for anyone, is not advisable. Guys, we have to stop this. No
it's
one
like
cares.
poker, bro. Like, I don't care how you won. Okay.
Poker, same. Fantasy sports, like I don't care who's on your team.
It's anything that becomes your obsession hobby. Like it's
but I mean,
any of it.
Just like, dude, shot by I don't care how you did. I really don't. Anyway, he was saying, I had to drive about 270 right down about the green. I'm like, that was probably 240 with roll. You know?
Yeah. Well, who knows?
Because I know.
You know.
And that's how pace of play has become such a problem.
Yeah.
Because guys lie.
Yeah.
And
the world would be 100% better if men only told the truth. That is true. And not even just tell them, just be honest about ourselves. This is like every guy, any man you meet, right? He's the world's greatest lover. He has a giant hog. He's the greatest barbecue man.
Hey, you talking about me?
I will cook you the greatest steak that you've ever tried. I hit the ball 280 down the middle every single time, right? I'm a great golfer. By the way, any fight that I get into, I'll kick anyone's ass because when I get mad and I see red, it doesn't matter how much technique. I'll just beat someone's ass. You're a great shot. Let's not forget that. When was the last time you shot a rifle or handgun? Doesn't matter. I'm a sniper. I shoot anyone. Start a fire. Bear Grylls, they're Bear Grylls in the survival. And they'll catch any fish, no matter what. Oh yeah, I've caught the world's record fish in like 19 different rivers. That's like all universal.
Yeah.
Like, and by the way, I can fix my wife's car went out. Don't worry, I popped the hood, took a look underneath there, and saw immediately what the problem was. I fixed it.
Some of them even think they wouldn't die in a house fire.
Well, that's getting to like Dwight Schrute status.
Well, that's your boy.
If I'm dead, you've been dead for weeks.
Some of them even think they couldn't be killed by a snake.
Well, cobras, no way. That thing's terrifying.
Just grab it by the head, smack it on the ground.
But it is true. Men are we're so dumb and we're so full of ourselves.
Yeah.
We all need to be more honest. But the USGA and Aaron Hills have found a way around that. So next time you go to a golf course, you don't know what tees to play, don't go by yardage.
Yeah.
Hopefully they have this sign posted, and if they don't, just ask the starter, hey, I hit my 7-iron. 160 yards, which tees should I play? Maybe they will know.
And can I also just say this? Because this happened to me just last week. I went out and played, and it was nightmare fuel. It just was not working. And if it's not working for you and you're playing with a group of guys that are better golfers, you just pick up. You know, you're out of a bunker and you shank one across the other green and everyone else is putting already. You know what? You just walk over and you're good for that one. You know what, guys? We're moving on to the next one. We'll build some positive momentum.
Hey, I have big Boston College news.
Ooh. Who knew we needed hot BC talk?
When was the last time you thought about Boston College?
Never. I don't know.
What do you think of when you think of Boston
Luke
College?
Kuechly, for some reason.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Wasn't he Florida State?
No, he played at BC.
Right.
That's the very.
Kellers.
I don't know why, but when you brought that up, that was
Matt Ryan.
Yeah. I don't know why I went with Luke, but popped in there. One of the Hasselback brothers.
I have big Boston College news, but you're gonna have to wait. I make you wait for big stuff like this.
I bowled a 300 last weekend, by the way.
And I'll do your taxes.
Do it all the time. Oh, don't worry about that. I do my own taxes, and I'll turn you on to all my big investments.
I told my wife a long time ago, I'm like, look, I'm not good at really much of anything, but I am a specialist in a few things, and you're going to love that about me.
Damn right.
And that's it.
There you go.
And I stay in my lane.
Yeah.
Hey, you're honest. That's all
That's
you need
right.
to be.
You want me to cook? It's not happening. You want me to shop? That's not happening. You know what I can do?
Yeah.
Well,
make you laugh.
Still working on it.
Do something. Yeah.
I got a couple things
There you
I'm
go.
pretty good at.
Yeah.
All right. Big BC news coming up next, but first you got to hear Schultzy with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final happening right now in Edmonton, between the Panthers and Oilers. Looks like the Oilers have jumped out to an early 1-0 lead. It's 14 minutes to go in the first period right now. In the association, according to ESPN's Sean Charania, Phoenix Suns hiring Cavaliers top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. Started as a video coordinator for the Hawks before stops with the Nets and Lakers. And on to baseball, the Seattle Mariners hoping it goes a bit better tonight than yesterday. They host the Baltimore Orioles again for Game 2 of a 3-game set. That loss to the Orioles now puts them half a game behind the Astros for first place in the AL West. Emerson Hancock versus Cade Pavich on the bump tonight. First pitch at 6:40 on Root Sports. Elsewhere, the Rockies finishing up a sweep of the Marlins. That was a 3-2 win to complete that. It was the first 3-game sweep for Colorado in over a year. Still only at 12 wins, though, on the season, on pace for over 130 losses. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
That's hit hard out into left center field. Ducking out of the way is Estrada. Now sliding in left is Hernandez, and the ball gets all the way to the wall. Goodman's around second. He's headed towards third. The Rockies have a 1-0 lead, and Goodman's got another run batted in.
Estrada.
The red hot.
Rockies won again today.
Red hot. Colorado Rockies.
Wins since June 2nd. Rockies 3, Scotty Scheffler 0.
Did you say the Rockies have the longest win streak in Major League Baseball?
I don't think anybody else has won 3 in a row. Rockies have.
This momentum. Holy cow.
Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase online at batteryexchange.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
It's pretty sweet that my Oilers are already up 1-0 on
That's
the
right.
lowly Panthers.
And your favorite player, Leon Draisaitl.
I love him.
I know you're a big Draisaitl guy.
Who isn't?
You love those Germans.
Give me a Draisaitl jersey.
I think Edmonton's going to sweep them.
I love your bold hockey predictions.
So I told you I had Boston College news.
Yeah, for some reason.
Yeah.
Have we ever discussed Boston College on this program? I just don't.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure how many times BC has come up.
Well, I mean, it was a pretty good program at one time. Football.
It was okay.
I mean, pretty good.
Oh, I don't know about pretty good.
Let's take a look.
I'm guessing Boston College, if we're going back, we'll go back 25, 30 years. I'm guessing they have.
Why are you capping it at 25 or 30 years?
Well, I don't know. How far do you want to go back?
Well, I just said at one time.
Well, give me
I'm gonna look. Hold on.
I know. Give me a time. Before you look, give me a time.
The last 50 years.
Oh, God. All right, last 50 years. I'm going to say 7 10-win seasons.
7?
7.
Okay, I got that. So 1975.
You went back 50 years.
1.
Jeez.
2, 3. 3. Damn it.
So
Didn't they have a run there for a while?
No, they did not. You do not get to say
Wasn't Tom O'Brien good?
Again, they've had.
Didn't they win the Music City Bowl?
They've had 3 10-win seasons in 50 years.
All right.
They're not. No, that program has never been good.
8, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 9, 8. I mean, that's pretty good.
No,
pretty
it's
good.
not. It's not.
Pretty good little run.
It is not.
That's not bad. Come on, man.
It's not good.
Now, they haven't won more than 7 games since 2009.
Okay.
So it's not going well. Anyway, Bill O'Brien is their coach now, and they have a new deal. The reason I bring him up, they have a new deal with New Balance.
Okay.
Did you see this?
I did not.
New Balance.
New Balance is on the come up, though. They got
They
Shohei
are.
Ohtani, and they got Cooper Flagg, and who's the local basketball player?
Cameron Brink, too.
Cameron Brink. She's a hot.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, so this is New Balance's first football apparel partnership. And they have chosen Bill O'Brien's Boston College Golden Eagles. And I got to ask this question because I thought, wow, nothing said, I would think that nothing would get young high school football players more fired up than a cool set of New Balance coming at them if they go to Boston College. What is the worst apparel company that a team could sign with? And is New Balance isn't it up there?
New Balance is up there, but I will say that I think more and more they're trying, and I do see more young people wearing New Balance. I think New Balance is having a moment. I'm not certain if that's huge in the 18-year-old football community.
I got to tell you about that. So you said Shohei.
Yeah.
Cameron Brink.
Yep.
And who else?
I think Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, Flagg's on there. Yeah.
They got one of the female tennis players.
Coco Gauff?
Coco, maybe.
So they're on that ad.
Yeah.
And Shohei has his own ad. I am offended by that ad. It is so
boring.
Generic.
Yeah.
It is true.
What are they doing?
Toss the ball to each other.
Yes. There's nothing interesting about it.
No.
Is that the way, did they do that on, what are they doing? Are they doing bits? What is happening?
They certainly don't seem to be. Their whole thing is we've got next. I don't know. Maybe the idea is that the young kids think that all the flashy, creative, fun Nike ads are lame. I don't know.
I think dad shoes are coming back. That's what it is. I think the New Balance got so bad.
They turned
with
the corner.
and the dads that the kids like dad stuff.
I'm guessing that
they wear dad hats.
I'm guessing that New Balance is not going to be cool with the kids when it comes to BC.
Well, this says right here, New Balance is experiencing a moment of renewed popularity, and is considered a must-have in the sneaker world.
I don't
what.
And look, I see a lot of more people wearing New Balances. I just don't think that is going to be a big help for Boston College. And I know like when Washington went to Adidas, Washington did not like being down the Nike pecking order, so they signed with Adidas, thinking that they would be one of the Adidas bigger schools. And I think some of the bigger Adidas schools, like because there's not many. I think Louisville, Wisconsin, Washington, and I do know that from a recruiting standpoint,
Kansas is an Adidas.
From a recruiting standpoint, at least in football and basketball, Adidas does not help you. It is not. It is a thing. It is regardless of what anyone thinks about the company, Nike is still the place that you want to be, and Nike is the stuff that you want to be wearing. Under Armour and Adidas, as far as a team sponsorship, are not moving the needle. But again, for Boston College, you're so far down the pecking order of any other shoe company, so why not swing with maybe an up-and-coming one where you're actually going to be the priority?
Somebody said K-Swiss.
K-Swiss would be bad.
Throwback.
Reebok would still be really bad, and I don't think Reebok sponsors anyone. I know, like Angel Reese is trying. They made her a face of Reebok. Reebok had a moment with like the CrossFit world, but dude, it's.
What if a college football team signed with FootJoy?
Well, the worst one would be if you signed with Skechers.
Ooh,
because like Joel Embiid, he signed a Skechers deal. I don't think they're moving a lot of sneakers. Like that's the worst one. If because Skechers makes golf shoes, they make basketball shoes. If you signed a deal with Skechers, as like if UCLA signed with Skechers, that thing would be horrific.
Well, Boston College is now with New Balance.
Yeah, this is Adidas. Adidas has Nebraska, Georgia Tech, Indiana, Kansas, Texas Tech, Alabama State, Arizona State, Louisville, NC State, and A&M. Do any of those move the needle for anyone unless you go to that school?
I will say the Kansas, unless you go to that school, no. I will say the Kansas basketball stuff is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Adidas does a good job with that, but that's also their biggest account, I think.
Yes.
So they better.
And
then is everybody else then just
Under Armour
Nike?
has Notre Dame, South Carolina, Wisconsin, Auburn, and Utah. And then they had BC, Cincinnati, Colorado State, Maryland, Northwestern. I mean, they're just.
So what else? So, okay,
Nike.
Under Armour, Nike,
Jordan.
and Adidas.
Yes.
What else? And then now New Balance at Boston College. Are there any other brands that have college sports apparel deals?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you said Jordan. That's it.
Jordan has its own. I mean,
Has
that's
Michigan,
Nike,
I think.
Michigan's a Jordan school. Florida's a Georgia school. Florida's a Jordan school. UCLA is now. But no, I mean, those are the big ones. I mean, the vast majority of schools are Nike. And coaches know. Kids want to wear Jordans. Kids want to wear Nikes. So I get that New Balance is having a moment. I think if you go and ask 9 of 10 football recruits, which is more impressive when you show up at Oregon and you see the Jordan wall, or when you go to Washington and see the latest Boost Adidas shoe or the latest Stan Smith, it's Nike. Someone said LA Gear.
Oh, wow. What about Converse? Go back to like the 70s with just the flatter than flat soles, just no padding.
What about Puma?
There you go. I think Puma, again, in the basketball world, I think Puma's having a moment. They signed.
I've always actually kind of
You know who Puma had?
I think Scoot's a Puma guy.
Is he?
Yeah, Puma signed Aaron Hernandez. That didn't work out so well for them. So
Puma has has one of the Ball brothers, the one in Charlotte. I think they signed Scoot. Converse is starting to peak back up. I think SGA is a Converse guy, although I think that's owned by Nike too. So it's spread out a little bit, but Nike is still the big swinging D in the world of college athletics.
Watch out for New Balance, baby.
Hey, I mean, look.
What's next? They're going to get a deal with Dockers?
If for Boston College, this is one that actually makes sense because Nike is going to ignore you, and it's not like being with Adidas or Under Armour does anything for you. So take a swing at New Balance. That actually, I will tip my cap to BC for trying to do something different.
Major League Baseball. What do we think about baseball being on Apple TV?
Oh, I can't stand it
next year. Because that's a thing.
Yeah,
it's a thing.
Yeah,
could be a thing anyway. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Hey, the Ducks. Pretty good at sports.
Not a New Balance school.
No. They're with Nike, if you didn't know.
I think they are with Nike.
Pretty good partnership, too.
It's all right. It's do a little more.
Did you guys see the kid that shunned them in committing is actually visiting this weekend now?
Well, yeah, the
So
kid that
weird.
jumped in the Dan Lanning pool
Now he's
thing,
coming back?
Yeah, Richard Wesley. That was his name.
Most people think he's still going to end up back with Oregon.
Well, yeah, because he had to go take 10 G's to go to the Ohio State-Texas game.
Yeah, pretty
Right?
much. So, hey,
I would, too.
it's early on. So, yes, that kid is taking
So will Dan Lanning jump in a pool again?
I'm guessing Dan Lanning will not jump in a pool again. I'm guessing you get one pool with Coach Lanning and that's it. But he is coming back to Eugene.
Well, he hasn't committed.
To
He's visiting. Yeah.
To visit.
Got to give him more money.
Yes.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Last little sports bit here, and then we'll get to topics that will probably offend you. And if they don't, we'll try harder next time.
I think we can do it.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Baseball.
I love baseball. I mean, I love Tesla too, but mostly baseball.
Well, for 36 years, MLB has been on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yes.
That's about to change. And I don't know how many people know that.
Is it going away completely
Yes.
from ESPN?
It sounds like yes. It sounds like ESPN has pissed them off.
They've already had
I love Tesla.
Kind of a shrinking of available baseball games on ESPN. Now, obviously, down to I think it's just like a handful of Sunday night baseball matchups throughout the year, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like when are they even on ESPN outside of Sunday night baseball?
Nowhere. No, they used to have like Tuesday or Thursday night baseball as well, but even 2 or 3 years before the pandemic ended.
Most people don't watch baseball. Is it just on regional networks? You watch your team. I mean, I know baseball has become a very regional sport.
I think that or the MLB.
Yeah, the MLB app.
Dude,
it's a really good app.
They have done a great job with that.
Yeah.
And now with blackouts being eliminated, like the Mariners offer a direct-to-stream option. You don't have to pay for DirecTV or Xfinity anymore. You can just, I think a lot more teams now are offering like a $20, $25 a month package. So
yeah, that's true. Because all the regional sports networks have been
they've kind of dying
neutered.
Off. Yeah.
Yes.
So they are now saying that the leading candidate to land an expanded MLB rights package is Apple TV.
Well, it didn't go well for the MLS. I know Major League Baseball is a lot more popular than that, but until Messi came along, I know when Messi showed up, they said that they were getting some subscriptions, but as far as I know, that Apple deal for MLS has not been good at all. It's out of sight, out of mind. So the question becomes, because baseball is much bigger, do people, are people willing to go that extra mile for it?
Yeah, and from the league standpoint, what they're saying is, well, we could. So that there are pros and cons. It's like we could sign with Apple, but and they would pay us more money.
Sure.
But if we put it on another platform, I mean, it's a streaming platform. You're going to lose people. So if we put it on, we could take less money and make it more available for people. Is that better than taking more money and making it less available?
See, this will be an interesting one because, again, baseball is much bigger, but when hockey went away from ESPN, it was really bad for the sport.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up on much smaller networks. I'm assuming Major League Baseball isn't going to end up on,
Well, NBC would be the other one.
Exactly. So I'm assuming it's going to end up something, on something better. But, if it does ends up on Apple and that's the only place, I just remember and ESPN didn't cover it as much. Because they didn't have it, they didn't talk about it as much. And like I said, I know baseball is bigger than that, and they're still going to get coverage. I think for anything other than the NFL can do whatever. The NFL could literally broadcast from the bottom of a well at Power Kia, and it would be fine. And they've proved it. Whether it's on Netflix, whether it's on Amazon, it doesn't matter. People find it. The rest of sports, hand to God, I think it's a huge deal of how easy it is to find it. And I'm afraid that if Major League Baseball takes the money thing and says, hey, this is the best deal for us because it's more money, you're going to lose a lot of people. I really feel that way. And I think I would say that about any other sport outside of the NFL. Be careful making it harder for people to find it. The Trailblazers, and this is it's a team versus an entire sport, but when the Trailblazers made it hard for their fans to go find it, what the hell happened? And again, they weren't very good, but they lost 60% of their audience. And even now this year with it was still convoluted for a lot of people to find it. MLS, we're gonna move to Apple, and you have to pick. No one did it. Everyone was like, I don't need to deal with that crap.
Well, to that point, though, you have to pay on top of Apple TV.
Yes.
You have to pay for another, I think if you have Apple TV, it's $60. If you don't, it's $70 for the entire season for MLS. Baseball already is on, what is it, $8, $9 for Apple TV a month, maybe 10. They're on every Friday night with an MLB game already. So we've seen Major League Baseball games on the platform, and I don't think they're offering up a bunch more to then charge people. It's not like a season package. MLB already has that.
Because the NFL...
Yeah, I don't... That's a good... I don't know how they would structure it.
We all watch the NFL, right? Like, it's just the NFL. I know for Major League Baseball, I watch two teams. Because when it's on here, I watch the Mets, and when I go home, it's the Mariners. And when the Mets play on the West Coast, then no offense, I don't watch any of the Mariner games. Like, the Mets are playing the Dodgers, I go home and I watch that. And I think that's a lot of baseball fans. I don't need the MLB package. I just want to watch one, maybe two teams. And I think the vast majority of Major League Baseball fans, it's turned into that. Now, I know you're a little more. I think you watch more baseball, just in general.
Yeah, but I have the MLB.
You have the MLB package. But I still think you're the exception. Like, Schultzy's a diehard baseball guy. How much do you watch that isn't the Mariners?
Oh, I've got the MLB app as well, but I'm also a T-Mobile customer. Yeah. See, they partnered with T-Mobile and gave that away for free. Yeah. So that helps. But I watch a lot of Red Sox games. Okay. I watch Dodgers games as well.
That's a whole other thing, too, that you are getting a lot more corporate things like that, where Apple TV. Like I think I get Apple TV free.
Oh yeah, like with a cell phone or whatever.
Yeah, my iPhone.
I get Netflix free, and
Right.
I get the MLB.
Depending on
free.
your carrier, you get discounts or free streaming services. So that that's another good way to go about getting it paid for, and then not passing the buck on to the consumer. But I don't know. They're just saying this is only part of the rights fee, and it would probably include Sunday Night Baseball. So maybe Sunday Night Baseball will be on Apple.
Yeah.
But the rest will continue to be as it is. Yeah. I don't know.
And maybe this is the future of it. Everything is just pieced together. I mean, the NFL is now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the NFL
it's everywhere.
The NFL is the definition of being pieced together. It's everywhere.
They're on everything.
I think when WB and ESPN and everybody NBC that tried to do that big streaming service, once that fell apart like a year ago, I think that kind of ensured it will be a piecemeal experience, probably for the foreseeable future for the next 10 years plus.
I just saw. I'm trying to remember what it is. The CW is carrying games of something this year. I just saw it like
Beebs.
It was like one or two days ago. I'll have to.
It was the Beebs, dude.
Was it the Beebs?
Yeah, the Beebs. C-Dub's got the Beebs and the Cougs.
No, I don't think it was that. I think
got
it was
some NASCAR on CW.
I think it was something else.
I don't know.
Well,
they're leaning into sports at the C-Dub.
Yes.
Hell, you and I are on there.
I know. I'll see what I get because it was. And I don't know.
Do
why.
they still air Live Golf on CW?
I don't think they do.
Okay, because I know that was at the beginning. But
That's what it is. The CW is going to broadcast Savannah Banana games this summer.
Oh, are they really?
Yep.
Oh, that's smart.
CW announced so this was Tuesday. So it was yesterday. That it would broadcast the network debut of the Savannah Bananas. Their first game will be July 27th.
Nice.
Then this will be the Bananas television debut.
You guys pro or anti Savannah Banana?
How could you not
love the
Banana?
No, I think it's pretty cool. I see this sentiment online from. I mean, I feel like I'm a diehard true baseball fan, but the curmudgeons just don't think it's like.
Oh,
really?
I was like, what? It looks fun.
And it's going to be at Citizens Park in
It's
Philadelphia.
Absolutely great. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
Yeah, then 10 games this summer apparently are coming. 10 Savannah Banana games will be on TV.
They will be up at T-Mobile in September, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah, they'll be here. They're
bringing the traveling road show up there.
Yeah, they got the tour going.
I wonder what that's. I wonder if I can find the rights deal on that because whoever the husband and wife team that put that together, good for them. That is the best story we've had in sports in years.
All right, which of these 7 states would you choose to live in? Next on The Fan.
No time for a
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, in the NHL Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final happening right now in Edmonton between the Oilers and Florida Panthers. It's the second straight year of that matchup. Oilers trying to become the first Canadian team since 1993 to win it all. That was when the Montreal Canadiens got it. Right now, it was a 1-0 lead in the first period for Edmonton, but turning it around to end the first period, Florida leads it 2-1 at this point. In the association, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns hiring Cavaliers top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. And over in baseball, the Seattle Mariners trying for a win tonight after that 6-1 loss to the Orioles yesterday. That puts them half a game below the Astros for the lead in the AL West. It's game 2 of a 3-game set tonight. Emerson Hancock versus Cade Povich on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Soup on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Soup.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah. And once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Yeah.
What does giraffe sound like?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does a giraffe sound like?
Sorry, I had fun with that one. Hi. What's your name? What are you doing over there? You need to turn on your mic first if you want people to hear you.
Nah. I was watching, I was trying to see if Draisaitl got looked like he may have been on the bench and was wincing. So I was trying to see if there was any.
What a loser!
I was trying to see if there was any update.
Loser.
In the Panthers 2-1 Panthers after one.
Wait, we're losing?
No. Excuse me. The Oilers are losing. 2-1 Panthers.
Yeah, we're losing.
We are losing.
What the hell?
Yeah. Not happy about it. I just, these games go on, I find myself disliking the Florida Panthers more and more and more and more. They might be right now my least favorite team in all of sports.
So I've got some money talk here for you guys.
Money
out there. Monies. It's getting tough out there.
Absolutely. Stuff's expensive, man.
So there's the website Smart Asset, which
Okay.
I go to often.
Do you? After reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad?
I've never heard of it. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, good book. Good basic finance book for the youngs. Give that to your teenagers. Make them read it.
I think it's been around for like 30 plus years.
Well, I remember more than that. It's from like the 70s, isn't it?
I don't know about the 70s, but it's been around a long time.
I mean, go do more than read the book. He's actually got like a podcast, a lot of
does he?
social clips like on YouTube and TikTok. It's like, dude, if you are looking for financial advice, go read that book and watch that guy.
1997.
97. It's very basic, but it's like every kid that should be required reading in high school.
Yeah. No, you need to write a paper on that book. Seriously. Yeah, I agree.
So
True story. Where are you going with this?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out which baseball game I'm gonna watch here. There's some bad games on.
Yes, sir. There's bad games. But tonight you got Mets Dodgers, but that doesn't start for another 45 minutes.
Smart Asset reviewed data from the MIT Living Wage Calculator.
Okay.
And they applied they applied it to a common budgeting method. It's the 50-30-20 rule, which is where 50% of your budget should cover your needs.
Okay.
30% should cover your wants, and 20% should go to debt, savings, or investing.
Sure.
Now, based on that, what they wanted to find was the pre-tax salary that Americans needed to live comfortably.
Okay.
And that's I'm doing air quotes with my
Sure.
sexy fingers.
And
here.
this all is going to depend on where you live.
Well, exactly.
Right.
So a portion of the analysis was focused on the income of a family of 4 comprised of 2 working adults and 2 S-head kids.
Sure.
So nowhere was it more expensive where a family would need an income of more than $313,000 to achieve the aforementioned definition of comfortable living.
Yikes.
Than the state of
New York or California?
Mass?
Wrong.
Ah!
What'd you say?
Massachusetts.
The
Massachusetts.
Has to be.
Freaking Massachusetts.
Yeah, Taxachusetts is more like it.
300 G's just to be...
That is the only state where a family's necessary income was found to be over $300,000.
That's steep.
It's not a comfortable place to live either. Jammed into a really small brownstone or a crappy neighborhood that doesn't have big yards. It's just not. Yeah. No thanks.
Number 2 is Hawaii.
That makes sense.
$294,000 you got to make.
Well, and the crappy part about Hawaii, and that's why I feel for the locals, is the economy sucks. It's all, unless you own a resort. Everyone I know that lives in Hawaii is having to get out. We're pushing them out because it's so expensive and you can't make that kind of money.
In total, they found 7 states in which a family earning less than $200,000 could still afford to live comfortably.
Okay, well, that's obviously going to be states that no one wants to live in.
So, I asked this question.
Okay.
Which of these 7 states
would you
live in?
Okay.
These states are Louisiana.
I do love New Orleans.
South Dakota.
No.
Pass.
West Virginia.
Racist, also pass.
Alabama.
Just parts of Bama.
Arkansas.
You know what? Arkansas is actually there. That's kind of gotten a big. Arkansas is on the come up. I know a lot of people that have moved to Arkansas and was it Fayetteville and Bentonville and all the Walmart places. You could do worse than Arkansas.
Kentucky.
Don't know that. I don't know that much about Kentucky.
Mississippi.
No. Mississippi is an absolute S-hole.
Those are your states.
And it's like the poorest state. It's just awful. Caveat. The only place that I would live in Louisiana is New Orleans.
That's in Louisiana, so
yeah, then New Orleans.
You're good.
Yes, I love New Orleans, but in all honesty, the answer should be Arkansas. I just happen to love New
Bentonville?
Orleans. Yeah, if you want to stretch your dollar and have a nice house and you want a good community with good social services and good schools and all that, the answer is Arkansas. Because as much as I love New Orleans, again, my kids are all out of the house, and I don't need anything big. I'm not trying to raise a family. I don't think the answer to where you want to raise your family is New Orleans. I just love it because I can eat, drink, live music, and love the culture. But for most people, New Orleans is not going to be the place that you would choose.
Yeah, Arkansas is on my list here. Certainly, yeah, New Orleans comes to mind. But hurricanes and
yeah, I mean, it's
I
tough,
don't know, dude.
Well, I mean, for God's sakes, and then this goes back to the city is below the water line, so
I know.
It's
that's another issue.
It's not ideal, which is why
But
I said
it's coastal.
It's coastal, and again, you just
metropolitan.
That is New Orleans is like when you go car shopping, and Bentonville, Arkansas is a nice,
Well, it's a utopia. It's a Walmart utopia.
Yeah, it's like getting the nice families. It's a Subaru Outback, right? It's all-wheel drive. It fits your family. It's safe. It's just everything you could want. And New Orleans is a 2-seat sport car. Which one's better to drive?
I'm going to go with New Orleans. I'm with you. Of those two?
Of those two.
Because I think places like Bentonville that are created like that, oftentimes have a very dystopian feel to them.
Well, and it's going to be very conservative, and it's if you have liberal progressive views, that's not necessarily going to.
Well, it's all white, right?
Very
Mostly.
white. But again, you're going to get clean streets. You're going to get great social services, and like you said, it's a weird utopia. I have a friend of mine that I played football with, who's lived down there. He played at the University of Arkansas, and he's like a fire captain down there. And I had another person I know moved down there recently in that area, and you can get a lot of house for your money, and it is. Again, is it culturally the most significant, unique place? No, but if that's not, if you don't care about like fine dining and like being able to like see a lot of cool stuff, and you just kind of want to live the 3-bedroom, 2-bath suburbia with tree-lined streets, and you want to feel quote safe, I get why people want to move to Arkansas. There was a big bump in COVID of people packing up and heading to the Huckabees.
Yeah,
I think she's the governor now.
It's a bit like moving to Idaho.
It's not for me.
And dystopian isn't the right word. That's not what I meant. I meant utopian. Right? Like
dystopia is like
the opposite.
Some might accuse outside of certain parts of New Orleans of being dystopian.
That is true. I mean, it's very swampy down there.
Well, when
you
you
got
get
to go to the
out into
right spot.
When you get out into like some of the 8th, 9th wards, I mean, it's rough. There are definitely places in that city that you're like, yeah, I'm good. I don't.
So they're saying that so Hawaii and Massachusetts were the two where you needed the highest income to be comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
California 3, New York 4. Washington was 5th.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
So for income needed for a single adult in 2025 to live comfortably in Washington, you need $110,000 income.
Yeah.
In income needed for a 4-person family in 2025 in Washington, you need to combine to make $278,000.
A lot of taxes there.
A lot of taxes, and again, there's not many big cities. I think now Vancouver is growing. I think Vancouver is going to be the biggest or the second biggest. So many of people in Washington are going to live in the Seattle metro area, and I don't know if you spend any time up there. Ain't cheap, man. I don't care where you live. Anything around Seattle, anything within an hour and a half of Seattle, you are paying bucks. Then you get into the San Juans and Gig Harbor, and it's an expense. It's a West Coast Massachusetts. Yakima's a whole.
Yeah, I was gonna say Yakima's in the middle of. I almost swore bum f nowhere, and it's like 110 in the summer.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah. Yakima's a rough place, but there's little pockets.
Oregon.
Oregon. I'll bet you we're high.
I'd say we're over. We're like 15th or 18th, somewhere around there. We're top 20 for sure.
Yeah, I feel like we're top 20.
We're definitely top 20.
We're coastal. We have to be.
Yeah.
We are 11th.
Okay, higher than I thought.
So after Washington, again, this is where you need the highest salary to live comfortably, according to Smart Asset. Washington was 5th. New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, Colorado, Connecticut, and then Oregon. So in Oregon, a single adult would need to make $105,000. And then a family of 4 would need to make $262,000.
Again, I wonder how much this goes back to my Washington thing. The vast majority of people that live, how many people are in the state of Oregon? Because we're almost 3 million in the Portland area?
I think 4 now.
2.5. I don't know. I think we're at 4. Yeah, maybe 4 milli.
So Oregon population as of 2024 is 4.72 million.
Okay, so
that's 2.7. Sorry.
So almost
dyslexia is a horrible disease.
So almost half of us live in the Portland metropolitan area. You throw in Bend and Central Oregon, which is not cheap at all anymore. How many people live in Central Oregon, that area? So I'm guessing combine that, we're over 3 million. That's the majority of the state. And those are really expensive. But I'll bet you if you got outside of those areas, I bet it's dirt cheap to live down in Oregon. I'm guessing Medford is not a very expensive place. I'm guessing LeGrand is very affordable. This all just goes back to if people want to live someplace, it's expensive. And if people don't want to live there, it's cheap. I mean, then that the all this boils down to. So for everyone that always loves to S on Portland, I get this all the time from friends and people that either live in Washington or my friends that live in other parts of the country, they always love to take pot shots at Portland. And I always laugh and I'm like, then why is it so expensive to live here? If no one wants to be here and everyone is having this mass exodus, why can't you go find a nice place in Portland that's really cheap? So you can bloviate all you want about Kentucky and places like this and Arkansas. The proof's in the pudding. It's cheap. No one wants to live there. Because if there was a mass flood of people moved, like a giant wave of people that moved into one of these places, see Bend. 15 years ago, you could have gone to Bend and bought a home for a few bucks. And everyone from California left and came to Bend. Why? Because it's freaking awesome. Now, good luck finding anything in Bend that's under $700,000.
Well, cost of living is lower in places where people don't want to live, but you also don't make as much.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't have the opportunity.
Sure.
So it's, I don't know, it's tough. I think those numbers are pretty alarming for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, those numbers have risen greatly over the last 10 years.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is why the one that really gets me is when you hear some politician douche talk about, when I was coming up, because he's 50 or 60 years old, my first job was $42,000 and I raised a wife, or I had a wife and I raised 2 kids and my wife didn't work and we bought a house. And you're like, hey, Dingleberry.
How much did that cost? What, $80,000 for the house? You jerk.
You made $42,000. Yeah, your house cost $60,000. And so, yes, now there's a guy making, $80,000 that says that he's having a hard time paying it. But any house that he wants to buy is $600,000. Yeah, it didn't keep up. Or the rent in places. I feel bad for the people that rent. I know people whose rent is way more expensive than my mortgage. And you're like, God, you feel for them. So you're right, that some of that is...
well, that's partly because the same amount of money... mortgage, that. Like buying a house, paying for all the insurance. Like I pay $2,700 a month in rent. Like, but that does not mean I can qualify for a $2,700 a month mortgage.
Yeah. So that's tough, man. It's tough out there. And yes, I do think some of those numbers are alarming. And then too, in a lot of the places, like in Portland or whatever, companies are coming in and buying up homes. I'll pull it up, but there was an alarming thing in the Wall Street Journal a while back that was talking about. In big metropolitan areas, the number of homes that are going for sale that are being bought by corporations versus being bought by individuals. Mm-hmm. And it's starting to get, in big areas, it's starting to get alarming. The number the percentage that is being bought not by individuals. So, for instance, if you live in a metropolitan area and you're sitting and you're like, you saved up and you got your 20% and you're like ready to go and you're like, hey, we're going to try to buy this house. It's the top end of our budget. Maybe it's $600,000 and we saved up for it. You're not necessarily bidding against the other couple. You're bidding against a corporation that's paying cash and that is willing to. You really can't beat them.
I had a buddy.
They are going to outbid you. Period.
I had a buddy. God, it was like 28th and Stark. Just a beautiful 2-story with a basement. Just generic, like great Portland house. Nothing wrong with it. Construction was amazing. Still in great condition. He lived with 4 roommates. We were in our early 20s. We partied there all the time. A corporation. So this was 15 years ago. As you said, Sue, came in, bought the damn thing, destroyed this beautiful house just to put a crappy apartment up. It sucks. It's been happening for years.
Yeah, that is, well, yeah. The corporate... Yeah, I mean, like, just commercial real estate that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason, though, that these costs of living in all these states are so high, though.
Yeah, but the states, that's true, but also states do regulate how much they can charge, and,
This is on Redfin, by the way. I saw this. This is from February of last year. And this is affordable homes. And so I'm sure this is by market to market, but in 2024, real estate investors bought over a quarter. 27.1% of affordable homes in the United States were bought by investors or corporations. I mean, that's your first time home buyers, right? I mean, that's most affordable homes are going to be someone's first home, and a quarter of the homes in the United States, you are not bidding against someone that you can beat out. And that sucks.
I think what's wild is not too long ago, they were tossing out rates at 3 to 3.5%.
Yeah. No, not anymore.
And that's insane. Like, I just think, I think a lot of people are looking at that going, why didn't I jump in at that? You know, I mean, we're never getting that again.
No, it's 7 right now. We're like 6.8.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, you live long enough. You've seen it at 12, 15, but
on a $600,000 house, Rob,
Right,
I'll
that's
do
what I mean.
15 on $100,000. Sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the youngs are, I mean, some people that were maybe looking around in the, you know, when rates were at 3%, 3.5%, 4%, they're kicking themselves right now. That is not coming back.
No. Not anytime soon. It's like gas isn't going to be $1.98 anytime soon, you know. And that's a whole other thing. I feel bad. I do. I feel bad for people. But, you know, are there going to be people that are willing to pack up and move to more affordable places? Or are you going to sit there and you're going to continue to rent and live in Oregon? Or, you know, do you want to pack up and try your hand at Arkansas? And that goes back to a whole other thing, that the vast majority of people don't move. Where they grew up is where they're going to live.
All right, gotta go. Up next, yes, there is a black market for seahorses.
What?
That's right. On the Fan.
It's back.
Yeah, baby.
Yes, you got to admit the seahorse is kind of a cool little fishy.
I remember when we were kids, that used to be a thing. You get the little pet seahorses. I don't know if I've ever seen like a seahorse in the wild.
I know, which leads us right to this next story because apparently seahorses, you can buy seahorses on the black market.
Okay.
For $5.
Do you need a black market? I thought you could order those out of the back of like science magazines.
Well, they're saying so dried seahorses worth more than $21 million have been seized worldwide in what researchers are calling one of the largest documented cases of marine wildlife trafficking.
What?
They're trafficking the little seahorses.
Really?
Dried seahorses?
Yes.
So, to use them as food?
I don't know what people do with them, honestly.
Well, there's that. It's a bit from The Office, but there was a party at one of the. It was Aaron's house, and Andy, who's in love with Aaron, eats some. It's literal seahorse powder because it's some aphrodisiac. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's actually a thing.
I always thought seahorses were just like goldfish.
What do you mean?
I just thought you could buy them. I thought you could just buy them at any PetSmart.
Just walk up to a marine store.
Yeah, you kept them in a little fish tank.
Apparently, seahorses end up in a lot of traditional Chinese medicines.
Oh.
A lot of people think they cure sexual dysfunction.
Yeah, this is
asthma.
why shark fin soup. Yeah, there's some of the Asian countries definitely have the whole herbal medicine thing.
So, and they go to other, they go to Africa, Asia, but a lot of it, Latin America, but a lot of it ends up in China. But they're saying that there is a black market for seahorses, which leads me to this next story, Jace.
Okay.
Which is the 10 black markets you didn't know existed.
Well, this is certainly one. I had no idea. And can I also ask, is the seahorse a fish? Is it classified as a little
I think it's a little fishy. But it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, they look cool. Look, I'm pro seahorse. I mean, they look really cute. I feel bad that we're chopping them up and putting them in medicines.
It does say the internet says it's a fish.
Okay. Yeah, they look cool. If you're gonna get I'm not a goldfish guy, but if I was gonna get a fish tank, I think I'd rather have a tank full of seahorse or seahorses than I would just regular bland old goldfish. Right? Look pretty cool. All right, what's the other black markets that I can now make a bunch of money on?
Well, you're going to have to find out next. You're going to have to stick around.
I need a side hustle. I need to make some extra coins so I can afford to live in Portland.
Well, let's see how many of these Suit could participate in.
Yeah.
That'll be a fun game.
Well, I have done some cockfighting. I'm up for some shady illegal activity.
That's next. Here's Schultzy.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final happening right now in Edmonton. The Oilers hosting the Florida Panthers. Edmonton trying to become the first Canadian team to win it all since Montreal back in 1993. Not going so well for them at the moment, though. Florida leads that one 3-2, 12 minutes to go in the second period at this point. Over to the association. Big news, the Phoenix Suns hiring Cavaliers top assistant Jordan Ott to be their next head coach. Actually started as a video coordinator for the Atlanta Hawks before stops with the Nets and Lakers. And over to baseball, the Seattle Mariners hoping it goes better tonight than last night against the Orioles. That loss puts them a half a game below the Astros for first in the AL West. First pitch for Game 2 coming up at about 6:40, so just a few minutes from now on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultzy from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Curtain missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic
The black market for little seahorsies. It's a thing.
Who knew?
Here are the top 10 black markets you never knew existed. Number 10 is Spam. Spam. That's right.
I like Spam.
Yeah, me too.
I think we have a big case of Spam that I keep for like emergency storage.
It's a great survival food. It really is.
Yeah.
Lasts forever.
Yeah, we got some.
Well, yeah, you don't have to refrigerate it, right?
Nope.
No.
No, you can leave it in the basement forever.
It has a long shelf life.
Yeah, it's one of those things I do. I think we have like a case or two of it and like some rice and some water that we just gotta keep in the garage.
So in this is back in 2017, but Spam is so popular in Hawaii that people started stealing it. There was a rash of thefts of Spam in Hawaii.
They do love their Spam.
They were taking it from the stores by the caseloads.
Yeah.
And putting it on the black market so people couldn't find it in stores. They had to go to the black market to buy their Spam.
Dare I say, of the black markets, the lamest one is Spam. Like, if I want to be involved in black market stuff to where, like, I could get in trouble, it's not going to be for Spam.
Number 9, breast milk.
This is like bodybuilders and stuff, like fitness dudes are always...
They sell this S on Craigslist. Like, I'm not surprised by this at all.
Any mother who cannot produce their own breast milk but still want their baby to be fed naturally might be interested. It's for that reason that the underground breast milk market exists, including several websites that are dedicated to selling only breast milk.
Oh, I thought that was for... That makes more sense. But I do know that some, like, athletes do like to drink breast milk, but that would make more sense that moms that can't.
No, you're onto something, Suk. Vice did like a whole thing with bodybuilders, and there was like a whole interview with customers of this lady that's like, I make a lot of money doing this because people keep asking.
Well, women who have extra milk will sell it.
Okay.
And then on these websites, they'll boast it as organic or vegan or gluten-free or dairy-free.
How do you prove that?
Well, you don't. That's why they boast it.
Yeah. So, like, and these are fine. I can sell breast milk legally.
This is a black market, Jason.
I know, but I like.
No.
So why is it illegal to sell breast milk?
Well, I don't know that it's illegal. It's just they're marking it like if you can't get your hands on some booby milk, they got you.
Yeah.
But you're going to pay the price. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it says there's no federal laws to prohibit it, but there are lack of... all right, I want to know how much breast milk is going to run me.
Number 8, Russian cheese.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is Russian cheese?
Thanks to COVID-19 and the restrictions it put on traveling around Europe, a Finnish cheese called Altermani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, is the #1 illegally traded item in the country.
I'll be damned.
It costs €5 per kilo in Finland, but in Russia it's going to cost you 4 times as much. They've been trying to monitor trucks from Russia that have been smuggling the cheese across the border. Supermarkets have tried to crack down by limiting cheese sales to a perfectly reasonable 11 kilograms. It's over 20 pounds of cheese, by the way. Why exactly the Russians have chosen this particular cheese, they don't know.
Who knew there's hot illegal cheese? By the way, I assume everything in Russia is for sale. Like,
oh yeah.
If I had to pick the place where this goes on the most, I feel like illegal cheese is probably the easiest thing that you can buy in Russia.
Number 7, razors.
Razors.
Cities around the country have had issues with thieves making off with large quantities of razors, which are very easy to hide and walk out of a store with. Over $1,000 worth of razors can be easily stashed in a fairly small bag, and then they resell them.
Yeah, razors. It's ridiculous how much razors cost, and I think every store now has them behind lock and key.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
I don't think a single store has razor blades and razor blades to shave with. I don't think any of those have them where you can just go and
Well, I tell you
pick
what,
them off the shelf.
This is one of those that if I had the poor morals, that would be an easy market. Because if you used to just be able to pluck those straight off the shelf, they're always in demand.
Yes.
People always need razors.
Yes.
And you can't trace that. And you could sell them for a mint. Dude, you can make a lot of money off of that. Now, this is one I'm interested in right here.
I haven't bought razor blades in a long time. But I'm looking here. So a pack of like Gillette.
It was like $25. It's
no, it's $45.
Oh,
how many do you get?
You get 10 to 12 depending on.
Yeah, they're $5 a pop.
Yeah, depending on how nice you get. But yeah, like the Fusion whatever, like the 5 blades or whatever. And this is at Target. Yeah, $40+.
Glad I use an electric razor. Good Lord.
These are the top 10 black markets you didn't know existed. How about Disney guides at number 6? And this is the black market.
Oh, this is this is
you
where,
know this one.
Yeah, like where you hire a handicapped person.
Yeah. If you have a disability, they have a second line that's available to you to gain access to attractions sooner. And Disney offers customers who are differently abled and may not be able to handle waiting for such a long time in line. They give you a separate line.
Yeah.
And for that, you can buy. It's like $130 an hour or something.
You rent something.
You hire a person who acts disabled.
Yeah.
Or is disabled.
A number of years ago, when I tore
which is horrible.
I did not do this.
I know you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, when I had my my pec and bicep surgery, I was in the sling, and my buddy had a work thing down in Florida, and he goes, "Hey, I got a place down in Florida," and I'm just, he's like, "Do you want to come down?" He's like, "Yeah, I know you're not doing anything," so I hopped on a plane, and when I was walking, so it was just me. He was working there in the day, and I had downtime, and so I went to Disney World by myself, and my arm was in the sling. And it wasn't at every ride, but some places they ushered me to
Hell yes.
The front of stuff, and I didn't even think about it. But like you could do this on airplanes, because when I went to the airport, everything was first. I boarded first, all that. I don't know, and I was fine. I mean, it had been like 2 months since the surgery, but I was in a sling, and I remember there was a couple times where the person at the Disney line was like, "Oh no, here," and they put me to the. I wasn't directly to the front, but yes, there was a separate. I got to
be nice.
What was the like the fast pass line or whatever? Yeah, I got bumped over to that.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So if you wanted to, you don't even need to hire someone. Those slings that you can buy, or like a knee brace, dude, they're like $10.
Yeah, just wear your old boot from when you did break your foot. Just wear that around Disneyland.
I don't think it works quite like having a disabled person, but you will get some consideration.
Why don't you just hobble around on crutches?
Yeah, you probably could.
Oh, that's painful though, man. That
Yeah,
just,
crutches
your armpits
suck.
hurt after an hour.
Yeah.
How about one of those little
Push me
ride?
in a wheelchair.
What about those ride scooters where you sit your knee on it?
Yeah.
How about that? Roll that around the park all day.
Anyone that, again, everyone loves to board first. I'm telling you, all you need to board first is an arm sling. And that's not even, because the walking thing, you have to pretend and all that. The arm sling, you just throw your arm in a sling. And then when you get on a plane, you can take it out and just like rest it against your lap.
All right. I'm going to give you the top 5 black markets you didn't know existed next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people, it's like
The top 10 black markets you didn't know existed. Spam, breast milk, Russian cheese, razors, and Disney disabled guides.
There's only one of those that I've taken a part in, kinda.
Now to the top 5. Number 5, high school cafeteria salt. Did you hear about this?
What?
Well, you had Barack Obama. Thanks a lot, Obama.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Michelle did kind of ruin school lunches for a bit.
Yeah, they were trying to. It was called the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act.
Okay.
And it would regulate salt and sodium intake in schools. And so kids began selling salt for $1 a shake.
What?
There was a salt shakedown.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
These were short-lived. But the kids getting in on the grift.
Yeah. There was when we were in school, I think it was I think my brother said he used to do this. My mom would buy a ton of candy from, like, you know, the dance team, whatever, would sell candy bars. And, like, it was a big thing, like, into church.
Well, baseball, we sold candy bars.
And my mom would buy, like, an ton of it. And so I think my brother would take the candy to school that my mom bought. She'd buy, like, $200 worth, and then he would go and resell it at reduced costs and piss everyone off. So if some girl was trying to sell candy, he would be like, I'll sell it to you for half price.
Undercut the market.
Yeah, he'd undercut the market.
I like it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a, you know.
Yeah. Number 4, butt lifts.
Butt lifts?
Yeah, well, this one's easy because...
Is this like the Brazilian butt lifts?
Yeah, just a butt lift. You don't have to be... Well, you have to be licensed,
Yes.
but you can get a lot of these because of the material.
Yeah.
From unlicensed
Some of these are like horror shows, though. Like, people end up dying and, like, disfigured because they're, like, having surgery in people's, like, rec rooms and stuff. And they're
It's
like
a shady industry.
Yeah, they're injecting like commercial grade silicone into people's asses.
Now, this one's my favorite. Number 3 is Krispy Kreme donuts. Because
they're available everywhere now.
Well, not necessarily.
I mean, they sell them at Target.
Here's the thing about Krispy Kreme. They don't advertise. Okay, so in order for you to... So did you know that about Krispy Kreme?
No, but now that I think about it, I've never seen an advertisement.
Yeah, if you've ever seen them in a movie or a TV show, they did not pay to put it there.
Huh.
And it's kind of their bit.
Okay.
And, of course, everybody lines up for their morning, the
Everyone
donut.
knows about them.
But in Juarez, Mexico, this was, I don't know what, this was 2017. There was a family that went to the Krispy Kreme every day and picked up a dozen donuts, and they would sell them to the locals in El Paso for 60% markup.
Why? There's no
Krispy Kreme up there.
In El Paso.
And then they would have to go to another country to get the Krispy Kremes.
Huh.
So they just...
Dude, that's ingenious.
They took them up there and marked them up. And people were like, yeah, fine. I got to have my Krispy Kreme.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, there's not a huge profit margin in there, but what's a Krispy Kreme donut? $1? And if you sell yours for $2-3, I mean,
60% markup is good.
Yeah, good for that. I like the hustle on
That's my
this.
favorite one.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme would probably... Man, they look at that and be like, I guess we need to put a store in El Paso, huh?
Well, I would imagine they'd be popular wherever they put a store.
Sure, especially if they're not there.
Number 2, plagiarized dissertations has become a thing. Now, so I haven't been in the academic world for a long time.
Yes.
Because I'm old.
Yeah.
But apparently now, like within the last 20 years, if you have to require anything if you're required to submit anything written,
it's gonna be cheap.
Well, they have services that will scan it for plagiarism.
Yes.
So it's all like there was a window where plagiarism.
Yeah. But now they say everything is Chat GPT.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So there was a window where plagiarism, you could have gotten away with it because it would have been very hard for the professor to prove that you plagiarized unless they happened to know it.
Yeah.
Now they just run it through the Chat GPT or a service, and they'll scan it, and they can find anything on the internet that you stole.
Yeah.
But in Russia, that is not the case.
Aha!
So they sell dissertations.
Russia's lawless. I love it.
On the black market in Russia. They're written by ghostwriters, and apparently even one of Putin's right-hand men was accused of doing a plagiarized dissertation.
I think this is fantastic.
And you can get a doctorate with that. Like that is, I mean, it's this isn't just a paper.
Yeah, that's problematic. That's 100% problematic.
It said over 1,000 high-profile Russian officials were accused of the same kind of plagiarism.
Oh.
They range from politicians to judges to heads of universities and lawyers.
Well, you got to wonder, man.
Everyone you think is smart really isn't.
Well, dude,
Well,
I
in
mean, that's what
Russia.
teachers are saying, that everything getting turned in now is horse crap. And that.
Well, in Russia, they don't really even try to hide it.
Yeah, they got whatever.
They don't care. And number 1, the top 10 black markets you didn't know existed. Disease survivor blood. Possibly inspired by Ebola, but COVID really ramped this up.
So if I survived COVID and people think it's the antibodies, so they're selling my blood.
Well, it helps treat the disease. It is. I mean, that is a thing.
Huh?
Coronavirus survivor plasma. There is a big black market for it in the Middle East.
That is scary.
Dude, sign me up. Take it. Let's go.
Yeah, so it's successful in helping treat the disease. So if you have a ready supply of it in your own blood, they're selling it for like thousands of dollars, which is amazing, which is like a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. How do you get it to the Middle East, though? I mean, that's
maybe you got to go over there.
It's a whole thing.
I don't know.
But yes, I love the hustle. The only thing that I can think that I've ever done, because this is just operating in the margins, the only thing I can ever remember doing, and don't do it, kids, but you could, because I did it and it worked all the time. High school kids are dumb, and they all want to think that they're drunk even if they're not. So I used to go to parties and I would get like 1 or 2 liquor bottles.
Yeah.
You get some Bacardi rum, you just get crap. You don't have to get anything, and then get some like daiquiri mix and some ice in a blender, and you make a pitcher of daiquiris or just whatever horse crap cheesy drink that girls will like and guys, and then you can sell it for an outrageous margin. And believe me, in an entire pitcher of like margarita or a daiquiri, you've got like maybe one. You can milk that bottle for so long. No one's paying any attention. You can make an entire pitcher and maybe have 1 or 2 shots of booze in that thing. You can make so much money. And I may have, off of 2 crappy bottles of liquor. Worked all the time. And it was hilarious to watch people be like, oh, I drank a pitcher, I'm wasted. And then your mind like, dude, you had 1 shot. You had 1 shot of Bacardi rum. You're like, I've had 12 of these. That's awesome. Good work on that.
All right, thanks, Schultzy. Appreciate you filling in there.
Appreciate you guys. I'll probably be back next week.
Well, we'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know. Why, is Buckley gone next week?
I think he's headed to Bend for his triathlon.
Oh!
So next Friday is
the
what I heard.
Clydesdale. How about that?
The Clyde, whatever.
Clyde? Was that what it was?
Sprint,
Clydesdale.
Clyde. Yeah.
Yeah. What a stud.
He's all man.
He is. All right. Everybody have a great night, okay? We are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain, red ships of